together and pass a budget resolution and do the sorts of things which will, as you point out, unleash American prosperity and peace through strength.
It's all about that budget resolution, and you're right about the military rebuild as well, as always. Senator John Cornyn, great to talk to you. Merry Christmas. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. I'll see you around town. Bundle up, because, man, it's bitter outside. I'll be back tomorrow, America. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Harley. Thank you, Generalissimo. Thank all of you for listening. I want to thank Mark Davis, Kurt Schlichter, and Dwayne for sitting in for me this week when I was filling in for Dennis Prager in the Caribbean. But I'm back, and I'll be here tomorrow on the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
Portions of the Hugh Hewitt Show are brought to you in part by Prison Fellowship. Click on the Angel Tree banner at the top of HughHewitt.com.
When you absolutely, positively need the truth, this is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Do you ever just look in the mirror and wish you could recapture that youthful glow? Well, wish no more. Greska's Face Serum uses the cutting-edge science of carbon-60 to target the signs of aging and reveal your skin's true beauty. The secret? Only 2 natural ingredients. Our Nobel Prize-winning carbon-60 molecule, which knocks out the sun's UV damage, and a high-quality cosmetic squalane oil. The payoff is a radiant complexion that is smoother and more evenly toned. Greska's Face Serum is your ally in the fight against aging, reducing the appearance of age spots and wrinkles over time. It works great for acne, too. Call now for our introductory offer at 720-600-6040 or visit our website at c60.com. That's 720-600-6040 or c60.com. Greska's Carbon 60 for a beautiful you. c60.com.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Look, we're all experiencing scary times together. I want to tell you about Equity Protect because they're the only company that prevents deed and home title theft. You've heard the story about criminals stealing people's hard-earned equity or even selling their homes without them even knowing about it. There are companies that do monitor your title, and then they alert you after something terrible has happened. Well, Equity Protect is different. They scan, monitor, alert, and most importantly, they'll stop any attempts to steal your home equity and ownership, and they're on the case 24/7. Get your free risk assessment by going to equityprotect.com.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. Sometimes it helps to be lucky on Capitol Hill, such as the case when freshman House members draw lots to determine which office they'll get. Do they score one near key committee rooms or a long way from the elevators? The quirky biennial event is how newcomers to the House find out which corner of the Hill they'll call home for the next 2 years, and in some case, literally, because many sleep in their offices. The big winner was Laura Gillen, a freshman Democrat from New York. Gillen didn't even look at the number she pulled before handing it over to the architect of the Capitol staffer facilitating the drawing. When House Office Building Superintendent Joe Yates announced number 1, the New York Democrat raised her arms as though she had won the actual lottery. Before the lottery, returning incumbent members have the chance to relocate to a vacated office in the process that's determined by seniority. Incoming Michigan Republican Tom Barrett did some finagling to secure the same office in the Longworth House Office Building occupied by his great-grandfather, Louis Rabot, who was a congressman decades ago. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
A tsunami warning in California and Oregon. Lisa Brady, Fox News. This after a powerful earthquake off the northern California coast, a magnitude 7, felt as far away as south as San Francisco. No reports of damage or injuries, but the quake was followed by smaller aftershocks and the tsunami warning, which impacts nearly 5 million people.
Governor Gavin Newsom, his press office put out a statement on X saying, quote, the governor has been briefed on the earthquakes off the coast of Northern California and the resulting tsunami warning. Governor Newsom is now meeting with state emergency officials and working to ensure Californians are safe.
Fox's Jonathan Hodge. The tsunami warning extends into southern Oregon. The quake was centered near Ferndale, a small city in coastal Humboldt County near the Oregon border. Top FDA officials land on the Capitol Hill Grill, facing questions about ultra-processed food and food dyes.
At a Senate health hearing, Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville asked FDA Deputy Commissioner Jim Jones why red dyes, one of which is known to cause cancer after being in cosmetics, are still available in some foods.
So Red 3, we have a petition in front of us to revoke the authorization for it, and we are hopeful that within the next few weeks we will be acting on that petition, and a decision should be forthcoming.
Tuberville asked why Canada and Europe ban so many chemicals that we don't.
In the FDA, although we have authorization to do post-market reviews, there's no statutory mandate to do them.
He says we are years behind Europe in conducting such post-market chemical reviews.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal, Trump nominee for Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has vowed changes to address some of the same issues. Day 3 of jury deliberations in the subway chokehold death case in New York. Earlier, jurors asking the judge to reread the definitions of recklessness and negligence and to give them a written copy. America is listening to Fox News.
Start your day with KFC's $5 breakfast deals. Choose the AM loaded platter, AM chicken rice bowl, or AM sausage, biscuit, and gravy. And now, enjoy a cup of premium Lavazza coffee from Italy with every meal. Head to your favorite KFC for our $5 breakfast deals and enjoy a taste of Italy with every sip. Breakfast is served from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. daily. KFC. Finger-licking good mornings just got better.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
The Boston City Council is shoring up rules on how much the city's police can cooperate with federal immigration officials.
The re-emphasis on the rules comes with President-elect Donald Trump promising mass deportations of migrants once he's inaugurated. The Boston Trust Act, adopted a decade ago, only allows Boston cops to work with ICE when it comes to public safety matters. That can include child exploitation and human trafficking. But when it comes to immigration enforcement, Boston police cannot work with federal officials. President-elect Trump says he plans to declare a national emergency when it comes to illegal immigration. His incoming border czar, Tom Homan, has cited a 1950s act that makes harboring illegal immigrants a federal crime.
Fox's Gernal Scott. Mixed reactions to the LPGA's new policy about transgender golfers on the women's tour, beginning in January, banning anyone who's gone through puberty as a male.
The organization issued a statement that said our policy is reflective of an extensive science-based and inclusive approach. Now, the timing of this is interesting. It happens when there are several golfers who were born male who are now trying to qualify to play on the LPGA Tour, including Haley Davidson. She once played on her college's men's golf team. Now she's gone through a transition. She's trying to play on the LPGA Tour. She posted angrily earlier today saying, "Thanks for absolutely nothing." But other athletes posting on the other side and really speaking out, saying this is about basic fairness for female athletes.
Fox's Steve Harrigan. Davidson's post was directed at people who stay silent or want to remain neutral. The LPGA changing its gender eligibility rules after a letter from nearly 300 women golfers. An hour to the close on Wall Street, the Dow's down 188, retreating from new highs, along with the S&P and the NASDAQ also in the red. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments, perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at nissanguam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. Small, medium, large, whatever. Take a little soft drink break anytime and get what you want. $1 soft drinks, any size. Gotta be Wendy's. For a limited time only. Excludes prepackaged beverages, sweet tea, unsweetened tea, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft Lemonades. Not valid in a combo. 30 local artists from OBRA Guam Art Group present their annual art exhibit themed Guaiza Guahan, starting Sunday, December 1st at 1 p.m. at the Micronesia Mall, first floor, Concourse 3, across Island ePro. With over 100 pieces of art, this year's exhibit features local artists representing a diverse array of cultural and ethnic backgrounds. Get something special for Christmas, a one-of-a-kind art piece. The exhibit runs from December 1st to the 15th at the Micronesia Mall. Don't miss it.
Are you looking for some eye-catching wheels? Need new tires? Maybe you'd like to spruce up the interior with accessories. Find what fits your ride at Proline. Call 646-5528. Follow them on Facebook at Proline Guam for all the juicy updates.
19 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Shinarp gift at the local shop or bladesbycrank.com.
And Good Morning Guam at 6:06 on Friday, December 6th. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A man accused of drunk driving and crashing into Guam Auto Spot in August is out of jail. Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan approved house arrest for 22-year-old Bintenson Semina yesterday morning. He faces charges including vehicular negligence and driving while impaired. Prosecutors did not object to his release, and he posted a $10,000 bond. Semina must stay under house arrest with electronic monitoring and constant supervision by 4 family members who are his third-party custodians. The August crash left 2 people seriously injured and caused major damage to the dealership. Semina's conditions also bar him from contacting victims or driving. He'll return to court in March. Meanwhile, Taiwan President William Lai made a brief visit to Guam on his way to Palau. He met with Governor Luliang Guerrero and local officials, highlighting shared values and Austronesian roots between Guam and Taiwan. Lai urged unity among democracies to counter authoritarian regimes and strengthen peace in the Indo-Pacific. Lai spoke at a luncheon calling Taiwan a beacon of democracy and emphasizing opportunities for tourism, education, and energy cooperation. He also welcomed the resumption of direct flights between Guam and Taiwan. The legislature and CNMI officials presented resolutions recognizing Taiwan's contributions. Lai's visit drew criticism from China, which opposes Taiwan's international engagements. He departed for Palau yesterday. We'll have more news after this.
Santa's coming in. Things are looking up. Bank Pacific has rolled out Rudel's favorite My Christmas Loan with an annual percentage rate as low as 5.4% and up to $50,000. And with our Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you have the flexibility of using your money where you want, when you want. My Christmas Loan. Contactless Visa debit card. Let's make Christmas merrier in 24. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply. 70 years of holiday cheer.
GURA says it serves nearly 10% of Guam's population with federal housing programs like Section 8 and public housing. That's about 13,000 to 14,000 residents, even with a small staff of 125. Deputy Director Fernando Esteves says GURA faces limits on federal funding but is committed to helping families despite Guam's severe housing shortage. A 2-bedroom apartment rents for $1,200 to $1,500, leaving many struggling. GURA's programs include strict waiting lists and income guidelines. Esteves says more local support could expand services. A housing summit on January 29 may reveal new solutions. He says GURA doesn't just provide homes, it builds communities with facilities like parks and senior centers. And the Westin Resort Guam is teaming up with the Make-A-Wish Foundation Guam and CNMI to spread holiday cheer through 2 initiatives this month. The first is Coffee for Wishes, where $1 from every Starbucks cafe latte or mocha purchased at The Mix will be donated to decorate and submit mini Christmas trees for a chance to win prizes, including a one-night stay and dinner for 4. All proceeds benefit Make-A-Wish. The Mix is open daily from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
No, actually, we're going to be joined here with the weather. Yeah. Well, if line 1 is Landon or any available islet.
Yeah, the strong one.
The strong one. Okay, got Landon on the line so here this morning, and we'll start with this one of the early morning posts that he's already done on the National Weather Service for the National Weather Service and on Facebook has to do with concerns.
Morning in the world of nature. So you hit the topic right. It was that large earthquake in northern California. Fortunately, no tsunami or threat to Guam and the CNMI or the Micronesia region. That's the good news. And as just came through from the Tsunami Warning Center in Hawaii, the tsunami threat has diminished. There are no observed waves or impacts across California, as I'm able to see. But I've been talking to some counterparts this morning over there in the States, and they said that police were actively evacuating people off the coastlines in advance of any potential impacts.
Wow.
And so it looks like that has relaxed at this point. But of course, people are on edge. I'm sure folks in Northern California probably felt the shaking, even though it was off the coast about 39 to 45 miles offshore. That's a pretty large earthquake.
My daughter at the University of San Francisco sure as hell felt the earthquake. It was she sent me a note and one of those, wow, just had an earthquake. Hopefully there won't be any significant aftershocks in the region right now. But that was among the other concerns is that first of all, is they feel the thing on land, and also concerns that it might spawn some kind of a tsunami. It has not, and if it did, we're not in the crosshairs.
That's correct. And so we're going to be monitoring it as natural for our area. We are in the Pacific Ring of Fire, and of course, earthquakes are a way of life in our region. And so even whether it's way away from our shores, we still have to keep a side eye to things in the whole Pacific Basin, whether it's weather or geophysical.
Yeah. So if you're waking up this morning and you know people in that part of California, you might want to give them a ring, or wait out when Facebook comes out with their marked safe from the San Francisco earthquake of Christmas 2024. Very interesting morning in terms of other weather news as well. Taking a look at some of the temps and some of the forecasts in the U.S. mainland. Obviously, in the New England's going to be getting its crazy winter weather, but they're talking about it spawning some colder than normal. They say record-breaking cold in the south of the country as well.
Yeah, that's definitely exciting times over there. That Arctic blast of air just pushing across much of the United States, and so it's very seasonal, and it will still seasonal, especially as we go farther into the holiday season. So that's good news for them, but yeah, if you don't like the cold, then you might want to try and move into some tropical locations. So make sure you let your friends and family in the States know that we're suffering too with the winter weather in this region.
Which we ought to start talking about right about now. National Weather Service, the weather forecast for today, it's Friday. Is things finally going to get nice? It's partly sunny. I was kind of hoping for mostly sunny skies, but we keep getting these threats of scattered showers and thunderstorms. Been with us over the last couple of days. What's the deal, Landon?
Yeah, that's exactly it. And what we were talking about, we're just going to have several waves of showery days and some periods of drier weather, but then periods of more showers. And of course, yesterday was not a bad day at all, very dry. But today we've had more showers. And if you're anywhere in the Dededo NCS area, there were a couple of very bright flashes of lightning this morning that startled me because I had my blinds closed in the teleconference early, and it just lit the room up with the blinds shut, and then the thunder hit and just rattled the house for about 5 or 6 seconds. So, yeah, we're looking at the satellite. We're seeing some high cloud tops, and that's indicative of an upper-level pattern that's helping to spawn some of these heavier showers. So, yeah, we're going to see peaks of sunshine today, but when we see some showers pass over, they could be locally heavy at times, and maybe even some a brief thunderstorm or two throughout the day. And that's going to be the theme. Looking at the satellite and radar right now, that's going to be the theme through today. And then we'll probably have a drier period Saturday into Sunday once this wave passes. But that's going to be the rule of thumb for the next several days. Just these periods of wetter, showery conditions punctuated by some sun and drier weather.
You're going to get what you're going to get. Be prepared
Multiple choice weather.
Be prepared for anything as you're going out there and doing that. First full weekend of December shopping. I wanted to ask you something. We don't normally get involved in conversations about artificial intelligence and things like that. But what can you tell me about an AI-based weather forecasting system called GenCast? Are you working with any of that?
GenCast. I'm not familiar with that one yet, but I have to look it up. I know the Weather Service as a whole is starting to embrace AI technology in some of what we do. That was a very common theme in the Typhoon Committee discussions back in Shanghai a couple of weeks ago. AI and Typhoon Yagi in Vietnam. But AI is an increasing presence in the weather industry. And so how is that going to be evolving our forecasts, our modeling? Right now, it has some good implications for tropical cyclone modeling. There's some weaknesses and some strengths for it, but it's all under study, review, and we're just trying to learn how to better embrace it with language translation, modeling, forecasting.
Check out, it's Google's GenCast. So Google GenCast, and there's something should pop up right away because from my understanding, it's a Google product. They say it found that it beat the current gold standard on 97.2% of 1,320 metrics that it was supposed to be studying, accurately predicting unprecedented events. Researchers told reporters the model, called GenCast, shows skill in anticipating extreme events outside the bounds of what occurred during the training period. So it seems to be able to, it knows what it's been told and can even forecast based on what was not in the original models. So I think it's going to be interesting. GenCast is the name of it. Weather guessers, amateurs, that's what you ought to be looking for just for fun here this morning. 6:16, and there's the good news. Again, if you're just tuning in, checking out the weather, I'll give you the full weather report that Real Joe printed out a couple of minutes ago. But just know that there was an earthquake in Northern California.
Correct. And so we can sit easy and proceed with our day, but again, keep an eye to weather.
Roger that. Roger that.
Now it's time for the real weather. Right, Ray?
Yes,
the one that I wrote?
Yes, the one that Real Joe wrote.
Thank you, sir.
I'll talk to you pretty soon. Have a great week. Oh, wait. One last thing. Where are you going to be performing? I got Steve Bednarza coming in a little bit later on in the program, and so he's got a couple of big symphony deals that are going to be taking place over the next couple of days. Are you in all of them?
I am not performing this year. At this time, I'm trying to step back and enjoy it while I just had a big flash of lightning outside my window, so stand by for that thunder. But I know the symphony, and I'm going to steal his thunder.
Go ahead.
That the symphony is performing at Mike Jamal this Sunday, so he'll go into those details, but I'm going to definitely go check that out. JFK High School, my friend Amanda Bateman, they have a performance, their annual concert at the Guyana Shopping Center tonight, I think starting at 5:30. So head out to the Guyana Shopping Center and support the JFK High School band program.
These guys, they're going to be all over the place. They're holding, as you said, the Christmas concert on the 8th at the Micronesia Mall. We'll get details on that. The Clarinet Quartet is going to be performing tonight at the Hyatt Regency Guam, and then Saturday at Dun Dun Donkey, and then Saturday night over at the Westin. Yeah, so a lot of performance and opportunities to check out seasonal music with the Symphony Society. I'll talk to you soon then.
Absolutely. Merry Christmas, and enjoy the sounds of the season.
You know it, including the thunder.
Including the thunder and the music.
Terrible. Isn't that? So I suppose I ought to throw this disclaimer in. Everyone, if there's thunder and lightning, our broadcast equipment largely is outside. We got a bunch of stuff in the studio, but we got towers and antennas and stuff like that outside. And there's a possibility that maybe a lightning strike or an EMP or whatever it is could bring us.
Touch it.
Don't lick the tower.
It.
Do not lick the antenna. But if we go south on the air, remember that we stream all over the place, everywhere. It's Facebook Live, YouTube Live, ThePOINT.gu. KUAM has got the program and all kinds of streams. So you'll be able to find us somewhere if you cannot find us on the radio. Scattered showers and thunderstorms again. Partly sunny with daytime highs today of about 87 degrees. Partly cloudy tonight, and then we go back into partly sunny again tomorrow. As he said, all those high altitude clouds kind of blocking the sun. Scattered showers in the forecast tomorrow. Highs near 88 degrees. Saturday night, isolated showers under partly cloudy skies. Here it comes. Mostly sunny on Sunday with highs near 88 degrees. East winds 13 to 17 miles an hour, gusting as high as 23. You hear those gusts and you hear all that wind, and obviously that means it's going to have an impact on the water. So check it out. Rip current, hazardous surf, and jellyfish warnings are in effect, so watch out for them. With a heat index, it'll feel like 92 degrees, 40% chance of rain. Some of that already all over the northern Guam, and Anderson Air Force Base just got soaked a few minutes ago, as you know. Sunset tonight, 5:53. There it is. News and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 70 years.
Stay connected for your chance to win $2,000 in cash from IT&E. From now until December 22, prepaid and postpaid subscribers all have the chance to win the grand prize or weekly prizes like gift certificates, a TV, gaming console, smartwatch, and more. To earn entries, renew or sign up on a plan, pay your postpaid bill on time, enroll in autopay, or purchase prepaid load and products. Visit ite.net or any IT&E store for details. IT&E, connections that matter.
It's here, a fuel-tastic deal from Mobile and Don Don Donkey that guarantees to make you smile.
Fuel up with a minimum $30 fuel purchase at Mobile and get $3 off your next $30 purchase at Don Don Donkey.
But that's not all. Spend $30 at Donkey and enjoy $3 off your next $30 fuel purchase at Mobile.
Register your Smiles card today for double the savings, double the rewards. Fuel up and save with Mobile and Don Don Donkey.
Terms and conditions apply. See store for details.
Don Don Donkey, 621 Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home and Guam Regional Medical City. They're your healthcare partners.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Are we done? It's Friday. We made it all the way through. It's a full work week.
What a great week.
Yeah, we came to work every day. We didn't have any holiday, no Thanksgiving break in the middle of the week.
So confusing because of the Thanksgiving break. I was still recovering, like, wait, what day is it?
It's December.
Oh, yeah.
Does that help?
Yeah, we're still alive. How's that?
There's the whole, you can't miss it.
No, we got to pay bills.
No, you don't. No.
So the aliens come, we don't got to pay any more bills?
Aliens are going to come, World War III. Just, you know what, just forget about it.
Showing
up. Just let them find you. Joe, let them find you. You got everything you need. You don't have to worry. Why do you need to worry about your credit?
I'll take them to my dealer.
Didn't we talk about this recently where there's a lot of people, now Gens, whatever they are, and Gen Zers, I guess, that have kind of just don't understand. They weren't really given the training wheels to understand society and how to cope with and deal with some of the interesting challenges that they have, like how we're supposed to sock money aside so that we might be able to buy something in future, maybe with the help of a bank or building credit and stuff like that. When the interest rates continue to go up, costs for everything and construction, that continues to go up. We don't know what the hell to do, so we're going to move back home and live in our parents' basements for as long as humanly possible.
Take out the trash.
Yeah. But we're still going to travel. We're still going to go on those YOLO trips. Going to go check out Bali and climb the pyramids in Egypt. Put it all on the credit card. And like I said, just if they come after you and say you have to pay, you just go, I don't want to.
Everyone dies with debt.
I'll just declare bankruptcy. I'll just declare. But the big story now. What time? I'm trying to remember. About 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I pick up the phone. I had this feeling, and I picked up the phone and I went over to Twitter, because I always do. It's where I like to get my feelings taken care of. I went to Twitter and began to see a flurry of posts from all kinds of people in and outside of Tiffany Fong as well, who's all over my For You feed, and it is a big deal. Have you been around the Tiffany Fong thing on Twitter?
I have breakfast there every day.
Right? So Tiffany Fong is an Asian girl, and I'm not sure how it happened, but she is like on everybody's For You feed, got a zillion followers, and she's raking in money hand over. She's not showing body parts. She's not talking provocative. There's no thirst traps. She's
That's
just
why.
an Asian girl out there.
We're still waiting.
And there were rumors. There were rumors that she was going to be dating Elon Musk. Huh? There were rumors, and as soon as those rumors started,
flag,
Elon Musk disconnected from her, unfriended
She's a
her
red
on
flag
Twitter.
already, man.
Right on. Yeah.
Stay cold, my bros.
So your Elon Musk is your boyfriend? Okay, that's better than that Kelsey guy with Taylor Swift. Anyway, so she was among them that was posting about how Bitcoin is over $100,000. When we were on the radio yesterday, as we were doing the financial reporting, 96 56,000 and change was where Bitcoin was. And, of course, everybody with it, oh, boy, it's going to be over $100,000 by the end of the year. It was $100,000 plus before you were done with your lunch yesterday.
Yeah, you're a jerk too, man. I texted Ray, look, man, look what happened with Bitcoin. And you know what he said? He said, congrats, Joe.
Congratulations,
you did it.
Joe. I don't, because I don't know who's got Bitcoin and who
got
doesn't.
excited, dude.
I don't know who's got and who doesn't. But here's my theory this morning. This is my Ray Gibson studied theory on all of this stuff. There are people that are waking up this morning who might not be going to work today. Might not be going to work.
Yeah, they're done.
Tomorrow. Might not ever go back to the office. Might just call the boss and say, hey, listen, nice knowing you. I'm going to swing by a little bit later on and pick up my stuff, and I'll see you later. Because all of a sudden, my Bitcoin or Bitcoins, there will be signs. show me you've got Bitcoin without showing me your Bitcoin. There's going to be some of that here this morning. And to those of you, and I'm not gonna be sour grapes on this. I know where I am and my sensitivities to risk and things like that. I'm an old man. It's not like I can throw a whole lot of money at stuff and hope that the markets, all do whatever they're supposed to do to make it so that I can retire as a rich guy. That ain't going to happen to me. But for some of you that took the plunge early and were early adopters and early believers in Bitcoin going back 5 or 6 or 7 years, and you stuck with it and you were patient and you did your dollar cost averaging and all of those kinds of things over the years. Congratulations.
And you heard us tell you were stupid.
I never said anybody was stupid.
Yeah. I told my brother he
I
was
didn't understand.
stupid.
Oh, so here's the thing now.
Now he's laughing at me.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Oh, hey, radio man. How's your bit? Oh, forgot you don't have any Bitcoin.
That's right.
But I'm not going to be sour grapes about this, although the interesting thing now is I'm wondering how many people are looking at Bitcoin going, well, okay, it's there. Maybe now I need to get a position. And I would suggest that you approach this carefully, because there are some people they're expressing on all over the social media is a great deal of caution with regard to people that aren't necessarily familiar with it, understand it, just jumping in with both legs at $100,000. Remember, these things can go down as well.
Hey, like you said, go for that baby crypto that's going on.
Those other coins. XRP, I think, is the one.
There's a bunch of smaller ones that I think they're jumping to.
Doesn't the Haktua girl have a crypto?
God.
I think she does. There's, I think, the
628,
Haktua girl.
628 Haktua girl.
Exactly. Oh my God, 628 already?
Yeah.
Thanks for the reminder. Okay, we got to get. Yeah. Okay, we got to keep the program moving forward. Let's check out these Haktua boys and girls over here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name.
But you don't want to be in Barragata Heights.
You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Right? Okay, so some people would say, well, Ray, what a terrible thing to say. Is it because there's Bitcoin owners in Barragata Heights and you do have sour grapes? No. Just got this now from the guys over at GWA. Dear valued customers, you are receiving this water service alert. If you live in Isangsong Road in the Chalan Palawan area, Upper and Lower Barragata Heights and Radio Barragata.
Ooh, the upper too.
Yeah, all of Mangilao Village and Ordat from Darrow Road and Salin Victoriano, you already know you have low to no water going on right now.
But you're valued.
But you got the Bitcoin. You got the Bitcoin, so you ought to be okay.
You're a valued customer.
So there's some of the people from there might be a little bit late to work this morning, bosses, and I'll tell you why, because they've got to take baby wipe showers. I don't know what's going on, and maybe this might be something that Simon can chime in on. What's the deal? All of the pressure issues all over the place, and I was talking to Shelly, and Shelly's all excited because she's going to get the house pressure washed. But they can't do a pressure wash on the house if there's no water to stick into the pressure washer. So that's one of the issues that people are waking up with this morning. And the issues in Manila have caused for the Department of Education to announce that PC Lujan who were released yesterday because of low and no water pressure.
No school.
No school today for PC Lujan. 4-day weekend for some of them. And George Washington, interesting spelling of George. George Washington High School will remain closed today as well. So that's what you got to deal with this morning. In the meantime, all of these people here guaranteed smelling fresh and clean because of their handy wipes and baby wipe showers that they're taking this morning. Include big man Rico Blancaflor.
Baba Yaga.
He can take a baby wipe shower with just one baby wipe. He's experienced. He knows how to.
He could kill a man with a baby wipe.
Here's Anthony Bennett. Anthony Bennett, Luan Dwayne, stay away from his dog. Stephen Blake's online.
Real guy.
Absolutely smelling good too. There's Henry Manglotnia saying good morning to everybody. Brennan Fausto. I got Bandits there. Anthony Bennett. James Bondo. Elizabeth Mendiola. Keep it to Michelle Conception. Half a day
Hey,
to
Michelle Conception.
Good to see you there. Ismael Velez says Bitcoin huge, over 100,000 K today. Hit almost 104,000 yesterday. High water mark for yesterday was 103,500.
He's telling you he has some, right?
And 11. Bro, the man is already rich.
Yeah,
in
he
love with his
is.
beautiful wife, Lisa, and the boys. There we go. He doesn't need any Bitcoin, so send it
Ray.
over here. Henry McLaughlin online, and JB St. Nicholas, Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King online. JB says 18 days, 18 hours, and 2 minutes away from the birth of Jesus Christ and Christmas morning. Let me see. Henry McLaughlin is online. Rudy, Anthony Bennett, Bill Petit, Buenos Aires, Bunker Meno, Kuhulu, checking in from stateside. No tsunami alerts for Bunker and his parts of states. What have we got here? Lori with a wide duenas. Good to see you there. Let me see. She says, Buenos Edward B. Nick Perlowski hanging out. What's that, Lori? Says, Havade, Manana, Sizuas Point, Familia, Felix Bumba, and Mike Grace Blas, Buenos and Havade, Jerome McDonald checking in from stateside. There's Carl Pangolin.
With a K?
With a golf.
Good morning.
Okay, Buenos and Havade.
There's a golf clap for you.
There it is, yes. Lovely good morning, Guam, Saipan, Rhoda, Cocos Island, Antinian, says Jerome. Eric Chong, we're all strong because of Eric Chong. Tattoo Shana Fujikawa Stickles is checking in this morning. Tattoo Shana, do me a favor.
Sip, sip, sip.
Check your messages. I said, you know, because she's big on this elf on a shelf thing.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and I sent her one from Twitter.
Okay.
Don't show your husband. Anyway, Peter Santos is not saying Biba Dougie Moylan. He's saying Baba Dougie Boy Moylan. Day starting already.
Tatlu, boy.
Chris Frank online. What, you don't like his new billboards? You're going to have to suffer that. I'm going to see if I can find him on the new billboards later. Chris Frank is there. Healing up. Nice to see that. Margaret is Stockyards, and Anthony Bennett says TGIG. Let me see. Ken Augustin. Margaret. Okay, there's a lot of posts. Peter Santos is overloading on posts right now.
Yeah, he is.
Take the pill. Take the pill. Hurry up. Charles Craw, Joe D's on. Nice to see Jay Nauta online. The Christine Oliver says happy Friday. TGIF. Yeah. Have a day to Andy Terlahi. Preemptive pardons, huh? Yeah. Okay, so there are. How did I want to approach this? There's on Axios stories about how Biden is being turned against. They are turning against Joe Biden for his twin sins. Everybody. So it's no surprise that the Democrats and Trumpies and all that would be upset about the pardoning of his son Hunter. But Biden's post-presidency now looks as bleak as his brutal final months. Some top Democrats tell us they're so furious about Biden's abrupt and clumsy pardon of his son Hunter that they're threatening to withhold donations from his future presidential library. Quote, if they had their blank together, they would have been doing this work over the summer. And now it's just too late. Hopefully they're right-sizing their expectations and their budgets. This is the weird quote from Axios. Biden, 81, will limp away from the limelight, widely disliked by the public and now loathed by many Democrats who hate him for his selfishness. That is running again and then pardoning Hunter after repeatedly saying he wouldn't. Some in Biden's family have been shocked by the number of Democrats trashing his Hunter Biden decision. On the record, they expected some blowback, but not a wicked backlash. So that's the and then what did he do? So he pardons his boy, and then gets on a plane and goes and gives billions of dollars to a Nigerian prince.
Dude, we warned everybody.
Yep. So I told you it was going to be happening.
We told you
anyway, so we're online. What's that? Ismail says Trump selects Jared Isaacman as the next NASA director. Jared isn't only a billionaire, but also on the astronaut of SpaceX. So it seems like Musk has his hands in more than just Doge. Jared was one of the first private citizens to execute a spacewalk just in September. Dwayne Santos online. Sherry Iriarte hanging out. Ursula Franquez Garrido, off a day to F. Ramos. Then Simon Sanchez says he's watching.
Uncle Si.
And Keena McCausland checking in the program. There's so far no earthquake in Orange County, California, says Jerome McDonald in States. And don't forget, if you are in Southern California and around the area that he and Annette are at, don't forget Feast of the Immaculate Conception, Santa Maria Camelin.
Oh yeah,
going to be taking place on Saturday, December the 7th. That'll be Sunday our time.
Do we have to wear a school uniform?
Yes,
right?
wear your school uniform. Sister will be there. She will be taking attendance, And if you're a girl, you can either wear a veil or you can wear the white silk hat on your head. Boys have to wear a tie.
Oh yeah,
a little clip-on. Clip-on will do. Clip-on
and
will do.
And if you show up, you don't have to do tomorrow's test.
That's right. We're going to drop the lowest grade at the end of the semester. St. Anthony of Padua Catholic Church, 1050 West 163rd Street in Gardena, California. And special guest celebrant for the Mass is my classmate, Polly Eric Forbes, who continues to make me prouder and prouder. You want details, find Annette or Jesusa, and they'll hook you up with all the splains that aren't on the flyer that I just gave you. Anyway, where was I? Packers-Lions, says Keenan McCausland. That game, 11:15 Guam time, and you'll be able to go out there and watch that first game of, what is it, week number 14 in the NFL. Major Joe Bloss online. Half a day to you. Big man Rico says, half a day, you have no say. Simon says, have a good and safe Friday and weekend. Point Familia. There's Alicia Duenas Anderson, Cecile Bumbasuda, Brittany Tollefson watching the program.
Morning, Britt.
Getting excited about her. She's apparently a stalker sort of follow.
That's true.
On the Facebook.
Me too.
And she's got what's either a new dresser or a beehive. I'm not sure because they kind of look the same to me. It looks like they've got these little drawer things, handholds in the front, but it's got this slit down at the bottom, which I believe is for allowing the bugs to go inside. Let me see, Bandits there. Joe Cruz online. Nice to see you there. Dr. Wen says, good morning. Please stay healthy for the holiday. Portion control and at least walking for exercise. 5 miles in yesterday, bro.
Wow.
I got 5 miles in.
You walked alone.
Yes.
All right.
Sometimes you got to walk alone.
Yeah.
But when I turned around, there was only one set of footsteps, and that was this
because you carried all of us.
Jesus said, "I carried you from Beach Bar up to Nico." What's that? FF Ramos is online. Who else is playing around? Joe Cruz says, if you're still alive, do the damn thing. Stop wasting this gift. Love somebody good, real good. Pat Norris, you having your period?
No.
You okay? Are you listening to Elton John songs?
Every morning I wake up, I'm like, wow, we didn't get a missile.
I got you.
We got something to do.
Pat and Norma Jean's online. When Roe is online, telling everybody have a great Friday. Dean and Liza Castro, Ben Servino, Tony and Annette and Pinko. Ada, Real Joe, I don't think we've seen the last of Tony Adder. Jeff Pleadwell watching the program. Pipe attacks on the rise. Are we going to have to control pipes now? Good point there, Andy Turlai. Ali Malakas is in and online. There is F. Ramos. Ken Augustin checking in. Okay, I got a lot of people online here. Thank you so much for being a part of the show. Andy Turlai says, Ray, is the show on Biden's preemptive pardons list? I may be on that list. I don't know. Forgive all of my sins. It'll start in May of 1962 and go prospectively to May of 2072. We'll just keep the thing going as long as possible so I can never ever get in trouble. Wouldn't that be great? If we got to think about that. There ought to be a thing for like married guys. There ought to be a way like for the wives to pardon them at the end of the year. And just say, you know what? It's the end of this year's administration, and I'm going to pardon you for everything that you did. Hitting on the bridesmaids over at the wedding. I still remember that, but I'm going to pardon you. I will pardon you for all of that.
The old ball and chain.
There we go. Beautiful Sarita Garin online. There's Nate Horn, Vince Duane. It's off a day to Valerie Carbolito. Off Senator Vince Borja, Stephen Liz Amaguin. Peter says there's a movement called FIRE, Financial Independence, Retire Early. They retire at age 30 or earlier. You missed the bus. Yeah, you know what? But I had a good time. Is the thing. I'm wondering, you get these guys, and they're like 30 years old, and they're scrimping, and they're saving, and they're not out there having a good time, and chasing chicks over at Lights, and Fernando's, and all of this other stuff. I was able to do all of that stuff. So, it's you just gotta pick your demons, and you gotta pick your time. Gina Augustine, oh yeah, they retired early. They're gonna be too old to enjoy anything. Anyway, Gina Augustine online saying happy Friday to everybody, and a good morning to Uncle Ken. Francis Tenorio Kichitsu, Enrico Blankenfleur, Dave Duenas is there, and EOD Kaboom.
Hot wives.
So he's written Candy with a K. K-A-N-D-I. Is that some kind of a secret code? Do you need to explain that to me when I see you over at the Carabao place? Oh, and by the way, some kind of BLT Sando. For
in the future.
for the weekend. I haven't got all the details.
You're
we'll
leaking,
see what happens.
dude.
Roland Torres online. Richard Leon is hanging out. Frank Gunner Salas. Jefe Tiamo Grazi and Luisa Bora. Good to see you there. Buzz says Brittany. Okay, got it. So it's not furniture for the living room. Big Sister Shelley is already online. There's Bernard Fausto. Send GVB. Let me see. Ex-Presidente Carlito Gutierrez to December 8th procession. Let me see who else is playing around this morning. I think that might be it. Quick look over on the YouTube side. Just for completeness, Rudy Rodolfo. Debbie Rages saying Hafa Guam. Big man Rico says no frowny faces. That's right. That's the deal on Ray Gibson Show on Fridays. No matter how lousy the news is, you're not allowed to make a frowny face. Biba Friday Guam says MP Ogo. Tattoo Sean Gumatauta. Got nothing to frown about now. Says have a safe weekend, Guam. Tommy Garcia. You remember before COVID, what did we say? About we didn't the greeting is hello half a day, but when you say goodbye to somebody or another greeting is night, be safe. You remember?
Yeah.
What did we used to say before be safe? Anybody?
Drive wild.
That might be it. I don't know.
Drive crazy,
dude. What is this be safe stuff? I mean, isn't that the default mode for a lot of people besides me? just wondering, guys. Vern Bates says, "Oh wow, the donkey song is why we don't go back there." Vern, what? Wait a second.
They don't always play it now.
They don't. That was a conversation that Don and I were in.
Oh, it's back.
It's back. Because when they were playing like the 90s stuff, I left and didn't spend any more than $10, $20.
But now you go in there and you hear the donkey song and you're good. You can stick around.
Yeah, and I spent like $500.
Yeah, you can, dude.
They got a thing. They got a stuff a bag deal for $10. Did you see? Donna's making the
tolerance builds up.
And that's Vern. Matt Galindez is online. Ron Castro, our favorite guy artist. Chris Wood is here.
Morning, Wood.
Nice to see Jay Swizzle into Hizzle again. Bad Boy 671, Barbecue, Stephen Amagwin, and more hanging out on the YouTube side. Huge crowd on the YouTube side. The crowd on YouTube has been literally surpassing Facebook in a long time. And we're watching the numbers go up on Rumble. And thank you for watching us on KUAM TV as well. Tattoo Shauna says, drive safe or shoot. Big Sister Shelley says, Maganda Maga, my kapatid, Marie about the ball bin. And Dwayne Santos says, Esta, be safe. I just got to try to remember what it was back in the day. Because everybody says, be safe. And I'm like, I don't want to. I don't want to just, I'm primed for all kinds of fun here, and I just don't want to have to all the time wonder if whatever action I'm about to take could be the one that puts me in the hospital or lands me on the front page of the newspaper.
Take care. See you at your funeral.
Exactly. 6:44 on the Ray Gibson Show. We got to jump into news and headlines. Got into everything late this morning, and that's just the way it's going to be. No frowny face. Donna with news. What's going on?
Chief Justice Robert Torres will chair the 2025 Appellate Judges Education Institute Summit in San Diego. The event gathers legal experts to discuss the future of appellate courts. He previously moderated a panel on media influence at the 2024 summit in Boston and is working to attract top speakers for next year. And GW High School and PC Lujan Elementary will stay closed today due to water pressure issues. Students were dismissed early yesterday with lunches provided. GWA is working to fix the problem. GDOE says the closures are necessary for safety. Parents should check GDOE's social media for updates. And from And from December 11 to New Year's Day, DPW will boost patrols and sobriety checkpoints across Guam to prevent impaired driving. So far, 15 traffic fatalities have been reported this year, 5 alcohol or drug-related. Drivers under the influence face fines, suspension, or arrest. DPW urges people to use designated drivers or ride-sharing services. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Yeah, Rico says there's subliminal messages in the donkey song. Buy more, buy more.
Sweet potato.
Sweet potatoes.
Yeah, sweet potato, sweet
I
potato.
got my favorite stuff there. John Bagaforo online and more. Like I said,
Morning, Baggy.
There's did I see it in the newspaper? Or I think I saw it online. But they've got this thing coming up where like 500 people only. You get one of these freezer bags, and then there's eligible products all over the store, and you can stuff as much as you want into the bag, and it's only $10.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah. But I don't know if your yams are in that. I don't know if that's there. 645 Ray Gibson Show, 888-825-5880-TALK. Be daring, Ray, says Christopher Wood. You're absolutely right. I dare me to be daring. All right, got taking care of the news. Maybe we're going to skip traffic here in just a second, depending on who's on line one. I'll be right back.
This season, GTA Pop-Up Prepaid is bringing you the gift of faster connection with prepaid 5G and a chance to win big. Starting December 2nd, 2024, register online at gta.net and activate a 7, 15, or 30-day GTA Unlimited prepaid plan. And you're in for a chance to win amazing prizes every week until January 31st, 2025. That's 10 lucky winners drawn each week and over $4,000 in prizes waiting to be unwrapped. Conditions apply. GTA, we start with you.
Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Huff Aloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice that's drenched in tropical flavors, which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local-style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and guambam roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Huff Aloha and at Huff Aloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
In 13 minutes, it's 7 o'clock Friday morning. And note here from Tracy over at the Power Authority. One piece of news, there was no load shedding last night. They've issued a load shedding schedule for December.
Good morning,
but
Tracy.
They didn't need to use it last night. And I suspect that most of the issues that led to the power issues that we had the other night have been taken care of, corrected, or bypassed as technology will work. But the question is, bro, what's up with the water? And she's like, wait a second, wrong contact. I don't work there. But I will head this off at the pass. According to the news sources, PDN suggesting that there will be a 4-hour power outage in parts of Tumon today, starting at 9 o'clock in the morning and going until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Route 1, Marine Corps Drive, Carlos Heights, Villa Isabana Circle, businesses including Nissan Guam, East West Rental, Cho Sun. We got Postal Express, Bang of Hawaii up here, Dos Amantes Plaza, Polo Investment, and all surrounding areas, Goodies, Sporting Goods, etc. Better check the generator. Better check the generator gas. We'll see what happens at 9. If we go off the air, that's obviously then maybe our circuit is going to be a part of that 4-hour outage, 9 until 1 today. It's not load shedding. It is not coming on after an hour. And 6:49 in the morning, and I saw somewhere a story about a new set of billboards that the Attorney General's office is going up. What's that?
Can I play it?
Can you? Oh, yes, you can play it. Yes, go ahead.
Doug Moreland, he's the toughest agent on crime. Doug Moreland.
Thanks, Ray.
And it looks like for the holiday season, we're going to get rid of the Duffy ice kicking meth images on the billboards. Thank you very much, and instead replace it with what's going to be the theme there, Attorney General Moylan?
For this month?
Yeah.
It's giving. It's the idea that you got 4 perfect examples in 2024 of people that went above and beyond, saw a fellow Guamanian in need, and actually are heroes, quite frankly.
Nice.
But I mean, in this season, it's a good Samaritan. The idea that there was no incentive for them to help these people, and we need more of them. People that step into a dangerous situation, but, I can't push them there. But if they feel they're capable, like, you got, Pat Unkenko, Echeverria Chun, Joe Perez, Deborah Butte, those sorts of people is what we need to encourage to fight crime, push back, put the criminals where they belong, encourage the criminals not to be criminals, those sorts of things.
Right.
The positive side.
Well,
That's what Christmas is about.
I'm thinking about the guy that did the rear naked chokehold. Is he one of the guys? That's Pat, right? He's in there. Okay, great. Yeah, you want to talk about above and beyond, and using the skills that he has to diffuse a situation and prevent anything else from happening. I'm absolutely delighted with this. It kind of reminds me of a phrase that you might have heard attributed to Mr. Rogers. Look for the helpers. You will always find people who are helping. Now, generally, it's a reference that's made after mass tragedies and things like that. But in this case, I think it's something that we will overlook from time to time. So I'm delighted that the Attorney General's office is using its powers to shine a white-hot spotlight on that and noting people in the community who should be emulated by the rest of the community.
Right. It's funny because they're from all 4 different villages. Although we have 19 of them, you had Dededo, Santa Rita, Sumai, Manilao, and Jigo. And, these people just stepped up. There was no incentive. They never knew that they were going to get a recognition from our AG's office. And, it's just something that we need to promote as opposed to the negativity that, our office is normally associated, dragging people into court and throwing them at a DOC. We want to create the positive, get that moving in our community. Back to values.
I absolutely agree. And I can hardly wait to see what next year's Good Samaritan signs look like. Who's going to be on that? Hey, I spent a little bit of time with my cousin Fred Berdalio over at the Department of Corrections. I wasn't there with him. He's at the Department of Corrections, and he's got a plan now to try to release up to 250 detainees.
No way.
You're saying no already?
No way. We are not releasing people, especially those cases that put them there, put a lot of work from Guam Police Department to the prosecutors, which we have a difficulty getting on Guam, to judges that sit on them, to let alone the juries that spend their time, whether you're a grand juror or you're a regular juror, being paid peanuts for their services. Hell no. We're not releasing anyone up there. And the people of Guam, who are the clients in these cases, the crime victims, are not going to agree to anything like that. And, I love Fred. Fred's a good man, but we're going to meet with him this morning, 9 o'clock, and we're going to basically say, we've spoken about this in the AG's office. We've got good options, short-term, long-term. The problem with this government is they don't think short-term. How can we fully take care of any overcrowding issues? And I've got good people, good attorneys that have put stuff on the table, models in the states that have worked. Let's talk on that. Let's don't put this discussion around letting criminals out so they can further victimize us, create another crime victim. Look at our catch release report. Oh my gosh, it's just upward trending the last 12 months. I think, we gotta separate the violent and even the non-violent criminals that are jumping in your yard at night to grab what you got. At DOC, put them at DOC, and again, that's the meth problem. That's where we got this meeting on I think the 16th with the governor to talk about every container coming out of that port has to be checked. You want to hit that meth epidemic that's putting DOC into that position where Fred, he's freaking out over there. You put that every container 100% check. And you put somebody that knows what they're doing in charge. Nobody within the system. You got to find a person that can oversee the container czar to make sure that each container is checked. You want to cut that meth epidemic down? It's the Port Authority. I don't care about these guys that may be dumping it in the ocean and picking it up or those people are at the port that are bringing it, or the post office, those are small quantities. There's a large quantity of drugs that are coming into Guam, and it's got to be the port. So, this is our response, is that short-term, 100% check, get those x-ray machines that the port keeps on saying they've been, 3 years, and we're still in this long-term, we're going to bring it in. It makes me think that there's somebody in the system that wants this thing to slow walk it.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the types of issues we're going to talk about. With
will Rory be in that meeting? His comments post after your original statements about making sure.
I think I got a 5-page letter saying exactly why and what they've been doing. Give me a break. You're slow walking it. Short-term goal, get those dogs in those containers, follow those containers to the cargo company when they're offloading them, get the consent of each one of those cargo companies to inspect those things. Because it's coming into Guam, Ray, people are dying. People's lives are being destroyed by becoming meth addicts, and it's ending in death. That was the whole meth kills in November. We did 2 months, 60 days of exposure. We've got more coming next year to show the statistics, to reason with people that you can't take the poison, which is meth. But until such time, we're going to drive that price up. You drive the price of meth up by cutting the supply, and that's in the port. Stop the port.
One thing from going back to the conversation with cousin Fred Bradalio is that I don't know what the percentage of detainees are that are non-U.S. citizens, residents, but non-U.S. citizens, and I'm wondering if there might be a way that the Attorney General's office might be able to game that and say, look, you
Fred
can stay and what's that?
Fred is already helping us. His team has been 100% cooperative with us. We've got, like I put those statistics out recently, we've got a whole bunch of those post criminals, post inmates being deported with ICE. The team is working on that. The detainees that you're talking about, the letter goes out to the defense attorneys, giving the option if they want to resolve their case, get off of Guam. We'll work with them to do that. So we're working on all.
Even at the detainee level. Okay, that was the question that I was going to ask. I mean, at the detainees, look, you can take your chances in court, or we'll put you on a plane and take you anywhere you want to go, but you're never, ever going to come back.
Right. We've got a form letter that goes with every case that's charged to the defense attorneys. Absolutely. But I mean, if you want to, if they've got, and it's going to be discussed at the meeting this morning, they've got all these barracks homes, or what's called barracks housing facilities. You've got the tent city that Arizona did in order to deal with these lower grade type misdemeanor guys. You put them in a tent city situation. There's other options available. And Saipan, obviously Saipan is the closest to a short-term goal. Those guys want our inmates and to be paid for that. This is a burden on society on different ways. It's going to cost us.
Yeah.
But don't say release a criminal. It's a Pandora's box. It's going to hurt everybody out there. You put these guys, they're proven. There's a reason why the judge put them in prison. I don't care if they're detainee or post-judgment where a jury found them guilty. It's to protect us, Ray. It's not to punish them. It's to protect us. These meth addicts, you cannot reason with a meth addict that's in that addiction. It's like a vampire. They're going to bite you.
No, I agree. And unfortunately, I'd like to think that there might be some ways that people can, through their own merit, earn their way to be on some kind of a release list.
Those are those work programs we talk about. But I'm telling you, if you've got meth going into DOC, meth makes every reasonable attempt to fix somebody all messed up. You can't deal with a meth addict. They're delusional. Once they get back into that drug, they're going to be hurting somebody. They're going to kill somebody. 7, 8 murders whispered into Carbolito's ear at that UOG capstone. How many of those murders this year were meth-related? He said all of them.
All of them, yeah.
7 or 8 people died. That's the ultimate crime in our society, in our life. Game over. To lose your loved one, your entire life is scarred for that entire family.
It is a
Green
scourge.
Tourists, it's a scourge. So don't let them out. It's crazy to be talking about letting meth addicts out. And those property crimes that we're seeing, where there's no meth on it, our prosecutors are already saying, you look at their arrest records, a possession charge 5 years ago, a burglary charge recently, we're usually looking at, that's a meth addict. That's how we're looking at this. This is a meth addict that didn't get caught with that possession, but they were stealing because
virtually
of their history.
As we've discovered, virtually every magistrate report, every story that comes out, crystal methamphetamine is the root cause of most of the problems that we have. 7 o'clock in the morning. Listen, no frowning faces today. Have a good time at the meeting. You can debrief me on Monday.
We'll work on it.
All right, buddy. Have a great one. 888-8255. Find the helpers, would you? I got a breakaway. We got Fox News Live coming up here in seconds. Dr. Wen out there doing his constitutional over at the Port Authority looking for crystal methamphetamine maybe, but he also found an incredible sunrise. Thanks, Doc, for that. It's time for Fox on the Point.
He calls it a redemption story. Lisa Brady, Fox News. The Trump nominee for defense chief, Pete Hegseth, just telling reporters on Capitol Hill he's a different man than he was years ago and that meetings with senators have been going well.
I will answer all of these senators' questions, but this will not be a process tried in the media.
Hegseth facing questions about past allegations of sexual and financial misconduct, which he denies.
I'm proud to be here, and as long as Donald Trump wants me in this fight, I'm going to be standing right here in this fight, fighting to bring our Pentagon back to what it needs to be.
Also on Capitol Hill today, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy for meetings on slashing waste.
Ramaswamy attended the first ever Senate Doge caucus meeting where Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt is hoping to make progress on cutting government waste and making government more efficient.
This isn't going to happen overnight, but I do think there's some things that can happen right away.
A report from Doge caucus chair Joni Ernst claims 90% of federal employees telework compared to 3% pre-COVID, with only 6% working in person full-time.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz on the Hill. A tsunami warning is lifted along the coast of Northern California and Southern Oregon. It was issued after a magnitude 7 earthquake centered off the coast and felt as far south as San Francisco.
The warnings that were going out were very serious. The city of Berkeley, 250 miles away from the epicenter and where the tsunami would have first come ashore, were telling their citizens, do not wait, get out now.
Fox's Jonathan Hunt, though in some areas people went to the beach.
If you want to look at this as a dry run for the warnings of a big earthquake and a big tsunami coming, I think the alert systems across California appear to have worked very well. The behavior of some Californians perhaps not so well.
So far, no reports of injuries or major damage. A late sell-off on Wall Street. The Dow down 248 points at the bell. America is listening to Fox News.
Braces for a little while for a lifetime of confident smiles. Let Dr. Kaneshiro DDS MS kindly walk you through the process of orthodontics, straightening those crooked teeth and fixing that bite. You'll be even more confident to flash those pearly whites. Make your appointment with Dr. Kaneshiro today at 646-9890. Having a marvelous set of teeth is a confidence booster, so getting braces, always a great idea. Visit Dr. Kaneshiro today across St. John's and Upper Tumon, serving our island with his professional expertise in orthodontics for over 29 years.
Want to explore the Philippines or other international destinations next year? Get the best deals with Philippine Airlines Thanksgiving and year-end seat sale. Fly from February 1st to August 15th next year, Guam, Manila, Guam for as low as $353 for a max stay of 2 weeks. Fly from August 16th and later, Guam, Manila, Guam for as low as $333. Want to go somewhere else? Fly to other international destinations round trip for as low as $729 to Bali. Hurry, promotional seats are limited. Terms, conditions, blackout dates apply. Seats are subject to availability. Book now at Goodwin Travel and Tour, located on the second floor of the Micronesia Mall above the center court.
Father of the man who died after being restrained on a New York City subway last year is now suing the Marine veteran who used that chokehold.
Andre Zachary is the father of Jordan Neely. In his lawsuit, he accuses Daniel Penny of negligence, assault, and battery. A monetary amount for damages is not specified, but does ask for an amount that exceeds jurisdictional limits of any lower court. Stephen Razor, Penny's lead attorney, is calling the lawsuit a distraction. Penny subdued Neely on a New York City subway in May of 2023 when Neely acted threateningly among passengers. The case has sparked discussions on social issues such as mental health, homelessness, race relations, and whether Penny acted as a protector or vigilante. In New York City, Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Penny is charged with manslaughter and negligent homicide in Neely's death. The jury is in day 3 of deliberations, asking the judge earlier today to read back the definitions of negligence and recklessness and to again watch more of the video evidence. NASA announces another delay in its return to the moon.
When President Trump in 2019 first announced a return to the moon with the Artemis project, he set a goal of putting humans back on the lunar surface by this year. Delays following President Biden's term ensued pursued, and now the agency will push the project again, says NASA Administrator Bill Nelson.
To make sure that the Orion capsule is ready to safely deliver our astronauts to deep space and back to Earth.
The next mission, called Artemis 2, will bring humans to lunar orbit. It is now scheduled for 2026. A landing mission, Artemis 3, is now planned for 2027. Eben Brown, Fox News.
Recapping stocks, everything lands in the red. The Dow dropping 248. The S&P and the NASDAQ also retreating from record highs. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. Small, medium, large, whatever. Take a little soft drink break anytime and get what you want. Dollar soft drinks, any size. Gotta be Wendy's. For a limited time only. Excludes prepackaged beverages, sweet tea, unsweetened tea, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft Lemonades. Not valid in a combo.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no cosigner required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments, perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at nissanguam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Before Simba, there was Mufasa. Discover his legacy, his struggles, and the bond that defines a kingdom in the new film, Mufasa.
The circle is broken. There will be one Lion King.
Mufasa, run!
Listen to Boss 104, Star 101, and The Point for a chance to win free movie passes. Watch with us at Regal Cinemas on December 20th. Doors open at 6:30 p.m. for some amazing giveaways. Thank you to our sponsors, Little Wang's Pet Life and the UOG Endowment Foundation. Special thanks to Proline Automotive.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Off today at 7:06, I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. 24-year-old Trevor Quintanilla is facing new charges of family violence and assault. He was charged Wednesday after an incident on Tuesday morning. Police say he entered a home with a pool stick and hit a woman while she was sleeping. She ran outside, but Quintanilla grabbed a knife, chased her, and pushed her onto the road, injuring her. Court records show he was convicted in April of family violence against the same woman. In that case, he reportedly struck her and a puppy with a pipe. He is being held on $1,000 cash bail. If convicted on these new charges, he could face up to 2 years in prison. Meanwhile, the AG's office honored 4 individuals with its Good Samaritan Award. The awardees Patrick Nkanko, Deborah Butte, Echovera Chon, and Joseph Perez were recognized for acts of bravery. Nkanko helped apprehend a felony suspect. Butte assisted an injured man. Chon subdued a machete-wielding assailant, and Perez helped catch a purse-snatching robber. The AG's office now highlights their actions with a billboard along Route 10A in Tamuning. AG Doug Moylan emphasized the importance of Good Samaritans, saying, "We need more Good Samaritans in every village." The billboard aims to inspire others this holiday season. More news after this.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Guam's housing market is facing a crisis due to rising costs, limited supply, and high demand driven by military construction. By 2025, the island will need nearly 10,000 more housing units. The missing moderate density housing for middle income families is a key focus. Construction costs have surged partly due to military demand. The rental market is near full capacity with rates climbing. Temporary workforce housing also faces challenges. Experts emphasize the need for public-private partnerships, innovative housing solutions, and a shift in zoning policies. Without action, Guam risks long-term economic instability, especially for younger families and middle-income residents. And GW High School and PC Lujan Elementary will stay closed today due to ongoing water pressure problems. GDOE says these issues, which began yesterday, make the schools unusable. Students at both schools were sent home early yesterday, with GW dismissing at 11:30 and PC Lujan at 10. Lunches were provided before dismissal. GWA is working to restore normal water pressure. GDOE says the closure is necessary to ensure safe conditions for students and staff. Parents and guardians should check GDOE's social media for updates. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Okay, what have I got here? 7:09, Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. Yeah, weather in just a second. But shouts to Auntie Bennett Lujan Duenas, who is in a running gun battle with Peter Santos. Online, Stephen Liz hanging out, Joey Kitsu there, Charlie Hermosa, Rafi Enel hanging out, and that's just the Facebook side. What's the running gun battle about? What else could it be about? Peter Santos. He just gets, every time he hears the Doug Moreland jingle and any words out of Doug Moreland's mouth, he just gets triggered. But he's got his sights on Auntie Bennett, and to which I will just say, Pedro, Adaya, you don't know who you're messing with there.
Yanked.
Where are we? Scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast for today. Let me bring up the radar imagery so you can see what things are beginning to look like. Anybody up in the north end of town, up around Day-to-Do Way, up in Jigo, might be underneath some of those scattered showers and thunderstorms. Landon was talking about lightning flashes here and thunder in the neighborhood, so that could be what you might be waking up to this morning as well. Partly sunny when it's not scattered showering and thunderstorms, with highs around 87 degrees. With a heat index, it'll only feel like 92 today, 40% chance of rain. There's partly cloudy with overnight lows again of about 78 tonight. Partly sunny tomorrow with maybe only some scattered showers as we start to move into an area in the Pacific that's not as busy as today's forecast area looks like, but still partly cloudy skies and overnight lows of about 78 degrees. Mostly sunny on Sunday with highs near 88 degrees, so you got something to look forward to. Go out there, get those grill marks. We're talking barbecuing, and if you're in one of those villages that's got good water pressure, i.e. any of the villages besides all of McGill, most of Barragata Heights and surrounding areas, then yeah, maybe we'll get some pressure washing done. 40% chance of rain today. Sunrise was at 6:31. Thank you, Lisa Castro, for the incredible images that you sent in. Played some of those while the Fox News was on. Sunset tonight is supposed to be at 5:53. There it is, news and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point. No, this
Are
is the
you
point.
planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Bring in the season with Coca-Cola and Burger King's Happiness Rules Giveaway. Your chance to win one of 3 Coca-Cola branded premium prize packs at participating Burger King locations. Each prize pack includes a Coca-Cola branded vending machine fridge, Cuisinart portable gas grill, kettle popcorn maker, and pickleball set. Purchase any Whopper, Burger King, or Royal Chicken combo meal and receive an official validation slip on the official Coke Guam website. See restaurant for details. Promotion ends on January 19, 2025. Drawing will be held on January 23rd, 2025. Happy holidays from your friends at Burger King. You rule.
Ray Gibson Show, 712 portions brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also brought to you by Kim and Ron over at Security Title. Mostly Kim, though, because, you know, she's I don't want to say she's the brains of the operation, but she knows where all the fun parts are. So she likes that title searching thing, and she loves also the part where you get to go through the escrow and get to be there. That's got to be the super exciting thing, is you get to be there at the bank when you're going through the closing documents. That's got to be something, make you all proud. Feel that feeling first with your favorite realtors, and then get it all done with Kim and Ron at Security Title.
Rediscover talk radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Tattoo Shauna sending in pictures of her elf on a shelf, and apparently there's been some kind of revolt over in the house. Elf on a shelf has been taped to the wall there, and then there's this one here. I don't know who these guys are. We choose violence. We choose violence. It's got to be crazy living with a creative person like that.
Speaking of decorations, we had a caller.
Yes.
From the YouTube side asking if you could put up the Christmas lights.
Oh, the little animated lights?
Yeah, because they said every year you do it.
I was just thinking about that this morning. Was just thinking about doing that this morning. You know what? It's something I might be able to do.
Tree.
Well, if we're at a long commercial break or news or something like that. But yeah, it's not that not impossible to do. And I think I've got the graphic in a space where I can do that. I didn't realize everybody wanted it this early because I was thinking it's early.
You're waiting for New Year's Eve.
Three Kings to me.
That's when we'll put it up.
Three Kings. That's what I was waiting for. But in the meantime, I can hit you up with this. I've asked Grok to make me some artificial intelligence generated Ray Gibson Show Christmas logos, Christmas signs, and we've got this one here. I was very specific. I said I want the Ray Gibson Show. I want a wreath in there, Santa Claus, and sexy elves. And I don't.
Twins.
Yeah, they're twins.
They look like twins.
They're both handy. Neither one of them has a hand. Neither one of them.
Right.
Yeah. There
Who
might be
hands?
All right, this one here is a lot less risque. I think this is the one. There it is. That's the Club USA version of the Ray Gibson Show deal here this morning. So there we go. Now you're gonna have to explain to the kids what the hell Club USA version means.
What happened?
What is it, Ray? What's going on? All right, where was I? 7:15. There are a couple of things that I wanted to talk about here today. And it's too late now because I wanted to say congratulations, welcome to Guam to the president of Taiwan. Apparently continues to rile the Chi-Coms here, but he's also riling people on Guam. Did you know that?
No.
So this is. Do I have it? It's. I printed it out and I put the printout someplace and naturally lost it, as I usually do. But there's a bunch of people that are complaining that the president of Taiwan coming to Guam, there it is stoking fears of being targeted by China. Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te's visit to Guam to strengthen ties has raised residents' fears of the U.S. territory being further targeted and escalating tensions between Washington and Beijing. I don't know which residents he's talking about. Half of the people that I ran into didn't even know what the big hubbub was about. Hey, so, is there a big shot here? Is there a VIP in town?
Dude, every day we're threatened.
Yeah, president of Taiwan's in town. Oh.
I'm over it, man.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
Bring it on.
Residents of the U.S. territory, quote, currently seeking UN-supervised decolonization, which I immediately started rolling my eyes. Huffa, Marvick, what are you writing here in this story? Residents in the U.S. territory told Benar News they feared being collateral damage in any confrontation between the superpowers. It's frightening as it causes us to be right in the scopes of China. And I know the person that is quoted here in this story, and I'm going, baby, we were in the scopes of Russia before we were in the scopes of China. Everybody grew up with that threat here on Guam, and for the most part, we've been free from any of those issues. Might have a couple of tests, maybe some balloons flying over, balloons getting smuggled through here.
Stop being scared.
And the occasional spies that were leaking in from Saipan. But I'm not that worried. Our security is already at risk because of the U.S. military buildup and presence. The egging on with the welcomed visit is pushing us further into being the world's most targeted community. But the military, the United States of America, is working on missile defense plans that will make ours the most secure airspace on the planet. And I believe they're sincere in those efforts. The welcoming and celebrated visit is dangerous to us. The U.S. is aware of this. The governor apparently is not. Jigo resident Dave Lotz lamented that the sentiments of ordinary Guamanians were buried in the bigger picture of geopolitics, especially since most of our elected leaders, including the governor, support the military on Guam. They have jobs. They pay taxes. It seems almost embarrassing, the attention that this visit is getting, and funny that it is labeled, quote, unofficial, while the governor has played up the forthcoming meeting. Diplomatically unofficial. And then my Uncle Robert chimes in.
Here we go.
President of the Guam think tank Pacific Center for Island Security said Lai should be free to transit through Guam without the drama. However, the U.S. Congressman believes... The former U.S. Congressman believes Lai's visit further drags Guam into the power game. Quoting Uncle Robert, the U.S. may be highlighting the trip in order to aggravate the PRC, and the PRC may be giving a stronger response than usual in order to highlight their seriousness and say we can object anywhere, even on your soil. And so there's a couple other quotes that we go in there. But not everybody was as excited about Governor Lou and First Gentleman Jeff to be out at the airport and the tarmac meeting this guy and maybe, taking him over to what's the intel say? Was it Panda Express? They finally took him to?
Dude.
I think it might have been VIP. They told me there was a whole lot of
they donated
activity.
their change to the GMH
In
hospital.
the thing. Anyway, but there's a whole bunch of other stories. We won't bow to totalitarianism is one of the headlines in the story. Northern Mariana leaders have met President Lai Ching-te on Guam. They flew down to be a part of the delegation.
Crazy.
So I mean, it's not.
He's making threats from here. Really.
Oh yeah.
Let me go to Guam and make threats.
No frowny faces, if you will. 7:19 in the morning. What's that? Who's here?
He doesn't like you much.
What's that?
The guy. I heard the guy doesn't like you.
What, Ching-te?
Careful.
I'd be very, very careful. It's all right. All my best friends are Chinese. Anyway, 7:20 in the morning. Got to do shouts to Ron and Cindy De La Rosa, Army Lynn, Scott K. Armstrong, Tammy Post Office Online, and plenty more. That voice you hear, that familiar voice, is a signal that I am no longer going to be subbing. Yes, off the hook for the extra point. We'll get to that in a second. But let me take a look at what happened on the markets. We've obviously got a big star in the market in the form of Bitcoin. More on that in a second. All the rest of the American markets, well, they didn't fare as well. S&P 500 down by 11 points. NASDAQ off by almost 35. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, biggest loser for the day, down by 248 points as people are leaving the regular markets and maybe looking at crypto. By the way, there is a crypto called Hawk, named after the Hawk Tuay girl. And apparently it is one big gigantic scam. Maybe not her. She doesn't look smart enough to be able to scam people with Bitcoin. Crypto.
And a scam? Really?
What? Are you shocked and amazed?
Whoa.
Apparently it's one of those things. She had not even made the announcement of the availability of the Bitcoin or the crypto. People already started buying it and were upside down before even the official release of the Hawk Tuay coin. So watch out for that one. FTSE is up by 13. I got the Nikkei picking up 119 points. Hang Seng in the red by 182, and the Shanghai Index up by about 5 points. We got the DAX is up by 126 points as well. Down around the Dow, we'll take a look at some of the market leaders, including 3M, Merck & Company, McDonald's Corporation at number 3. Why is that? McRib is back. The McRib is it's sometimes there, sometimes not there. I don't even know what kind of meat that is. It's something in the shape of a rib.
They have a mold,
but it's like one of those spam flavors where it's not spam, but it's not Tocino either, right? Microsoft at number 4 and Coca-Cola rounding out number 5. Down around the bottom of the Dow, United Health, and that's understandable. Salesforce, Sherwin-Williams, Honeywell, and Amgen Incorporated. Taking a look at the commodities. Oil, $68.49. It was $68.37 when I got in this morning, and under 70 is good. I mean, that lines up with JB and the CCU's plans to reduce the LEAC come February of 2025. 68.48 right now. Still no new number on Tapas, but it's still 489.9 at the gas stations all over Guam. I got 150.6 for the yen, about the same as it was yesterday. 57.8, and that's a little bit of strengthening for the Philippine peso, 14.17 for the South Korean won. As I remarked earlier, when we did this report yesterday, Bitcoin was trading at $96,400 and change. By the time I woke up from my nap yesterday, Bitcoin was at $103,511, $103,511. The current, as in right now, Bitcoin number, Real Joe?
We had a dip, 99,000.
Back under
175.
Let's buy. So I got a buddy, and he's going to be buying all the beers in the next couple of weeks. He was buying dollar cost averaging buying shares of Bitcoin at about 50, 51. You remember a couple of weeks ago when it was down in the 50s, and he thought that was a good idea buying on the dips, and obviously it's doubled his money in a very, very short amount of time with Bitcoin. Jerry Roberts in the studio. You've been watching this, obviously.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I know of people, I don't know them directly, but I know of people who bought Bitcoin when it cratered in 2018, early on. It went from like 60, no, it went from 20, I'm sorry, 20,000 down to 3,500, lost 85%. Okay, it was 3,500 for a while, and I know of people who bought. And not a lot. I mean, they're 2, 3, 4, 5 big Bitcoins, whatever it was.
Yeah.
You know, and now, you know, you're sitting on a
As,
chunk of
as
cash.
I said, there's some people that maybe aren't going to work today. Maybe they just call into the boss and say, "Yeah, tell you what, I'm gonna take a day off. Maybe I'll take a week off. Maybe I'll come in later on and get my stuff and just never come back because now I'm sitting on my investments and I'm a happy guy." As I said, show me you've got Bitcoin without showing me your coins. 7:24 in the studios, Ray Gibson Show with Jerry Roberts back in the Extra Point saddle. Brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Jerry, welcome back.
Thank you, sir. I just got back from a trip from the mainland. I went from Guam to Seoul and then on to San Francisco. I left a very small airport and went to 2 very big ones. I want to chat a little bit about observations along the way. That's next on the Extra Point.
Get ready to take off with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. If approved, you can earn 30,000 bonus miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months after account opening. So what are you waiting for? Pack your bags and let's go with the First Hawaiian Bank Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. Offer is subject to credit approval and may change over time. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Okay, so some observations, as I said. Leaving Guam, I was traveling with a family member who required wheelchair assistance. The attendant was friendly and right where she needed to be, as were those in Seoul and San Francisco. They take good care of the special folks that need help. We flew T-Way from Guam, picked up United in South Korea, and the attention given was outstanding all the way. One note on T-Way. We paid an additional fee for our seats, that's the normal thing, and got them directly from their website. Unfortunately, the connection of those seats to our reservation didn't happen, and we didn't know that until we got to the airport. Oh, we don't have any seats. Well, there wasn't a problem, because the gate agent had earlier noticed my companion's disability status and had set aside special seats at the front. A great catch on his part. Before heading for the gate, we bought a couple of small bottles of water. They were $4 each in the food court. Now, the whole issue of denying travelers the ability to bring water through TSA checkpoints is a touchy subject for many people. We've talked about this before. The small bottles of water that cost $4 in the food court cost $1 outside the airport. Airline security says they don't have the ability to adequately scan liquids to pick up fluids that could be used as explosives. If you have a 10-year-old who loves science, I've got a project for you. Figure out a scanner that can separate dangerous liquids from water, and the kid and you are going to be billionaires. Just call up Elon. Elon got something that you probably want to look at. Because we really need to get past this, and it's just a matter of technology catching up to it. So we're not done on that. In the San Francisco airport SFO, they are doing away with plastic bottles of water, environmental, etc., and using metal instead. How much is that? $6. At the Newark airport, which serves New York City, $8 for that same bottle of water. $8. Then there's the Incheon airport in South Korea. A bottle of Evian, same size, $1.50. New York, $8. San Francisco, $6. Guam, $4. Seoul, $1.50. Now let me add that in San Francisco, I saw a sign at TSA that said there was a water fountain for refilling your personal water bottles right after you pass through security. Now, this is a good move and addresses these complaints from travelers. Now, I'm not sure if it's filtered water, tap water, San Francisco Bay water.
Did you see the line?
No.
Did you see the line for the water fountain?
No, I did not.
They're incredible.
Are they?
Yeah. It's 30 people deep, from one side of the aisle to the other side of the aisle.
Oh,
Everybody in line to get that free water.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was looking around, and I did not see that. But I don't know what kind of water it is, but Ray says they're in line for it, so it must be okay. So it's a step in the right direction, obviously. Let's get to food. Guam has relatively few options, and the prices are considerably higher than similar items on the street. However, Guam airport food prices are low in comparison to San Francisco and SFO. Burgers there, $25. Most plate meals, 20 or more. Simple snacks are outrageous and going up all the time. I don't think Joe Biden can take the whole rap on this. The state of California's taxes and fees and vendor greed, let's just say what it is, account for much of that. Do you know where the food was excellent and reasonably priced? At the Incheon Airport in Seoul. What I saw was about half of the SFO cost. You know what else? The service was better, and the restrooms were cleaner. It's my third trip through Incheon, one of the fastest growing airports in the world, now ranked number 20 and heading for the top 10. And now I look to route all flights there if I can. The connections are good, and the airport is pretty easy to navigate. It's big, I'll say that. You can get some exercise in walking around, but it's a great airport and traveler-friendly. So why bring any of this up? Image and how people feel about you when they're leaving. Your airport is the last chance you have to impress a visitor. If airline staff, immigration, and security workers and vendors all look angry or bored or just aren't friendly, if the restrooms are dirty, if you gouge people on food and drinks, that's a final memory that traveler is going to have about you. Okay. The next time they sit down to plan a trip, will they think of all that and avoid you or avoid us here in Guam? If they have to come your way, will they bring food with them and bypass your vendors? Let's learn from the airports that are doing it right and they ignore the other ones who are not doing it right. Let that last memory of Guam be a good one and make people want to come back. That's the Extra Point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Yeah, but there's a couple of things that we could work on and improve. You know, we got people over at the airport that have got their eye on things. And I've been generally pleased, on my recent trips and the time that I've spent in the sterile area over at the airports, kind of like the food court stuff. I missed Der Wiener Schnitzel. It's not there anymore. There used to be.
Not.
Yeah, well, there's still a thing there, and they kind of make a Der Wiener Schnitzel-like hot dog product. They take the hot dog and they put it in frying oil, and then they put it on a bun, and then there's this chili that looks like it's been there for a couple of days, but it's still good, and I still ate 2 of them before I got on the last airplane. So I can vouch for that, certainly. The bathrooms were clean when I was rolling around the Guam International Airport the last time, both departure and
Sometimes
arrival.
you find a Glock on the floor.
This is also true, yes. But I did not find any that time. The air conditioning was on, and they didn't have these big monster fans all over the airport. And, as I said, most of the rest of it was looking pretty good. As you get further down towards one of the gates that I happened to go through, there's what looks like a little... like a food truck, a little miniature food truck. You're supposed to be able to get water and sodas and snacks and gum and things like that. It's never open. As many times I've gone through that airport, early morning, middle of the afternoon, whatever, it's never open. I'm kind of curious who's got the franchise for that, and can we get somebody to work? You can do a little bit more by places for charging up your cell phones. And that kind of thing. That's always nice. The internet seemed to be working when I was there. So I'd say that we were doing a good job. What I got to focus on the next time I'm through there is an idea that I want to say Senator Tina Rose Munya-Barnes had a few years ago, which is, as you're pointing out, this is it. This is our last chance to show off Guam. And so there's all of this wall space that they've got there. Mm-hmm. And unless there's an advertisement for somebody in there, there ought to be images of some of the beautiful spots on Guam. All over Inalan, southern end of Guam, Fort Apugan, the Plaza de España, all of these shots may be places where people did not have a chance to go this time, and they look at that and say, oh, I got to come back. That's something I got to see on my next trip. So maybe there's something they can work on. Jerry Roberts in the studio, an incredible extra point. Live to Lead spots should already be running on all of our radio stations. Give me an opportunity to get a plug-in for the next Live to Lead.
Yes, sir. Coming up January 14th at the Dusit. We have 7 speakers. A lot of packages have already gone out to some of the larger employers. If you've not got one of those, then jroberts@guamtraining.com, jroberts@guamtraining.com. Toss me an email, and I'll make sure that you get that. We're trying to get people in before the Christmas holidays starts up.
Yeah.
Because right after that is New Year's, and right after that we have 10 days, basically. So that if we've never done one at this time of the year. So it's got me nervous because if people get through the holidays without having done this and they all try to do it at the last minute, it's going to be chaos.
Yeah.
So we're asking people,
early.
if you want to sign up, come in before the Christmas holiday, please, so we can do all the things we need to in the background to make your event much more enjoyable.
Consider it a New Year's resolution for your company or your employees.
Yes, sir.
That's the way to look at it, and make the investment as early as you possibly can. GuamTraining.com and the World Wide Web. 7:35, no problem. But time for news now, being brought to you by Pica's Best Realty of 2024, Half a Day Realty. That's my Auntie Lolita, Libby, Saran, and Jody, and an entire team of pros waiting to help you out. 588-4232. Also brought to you here by Burger King, where they've got the Whopper, but they got all kinds of Whoppers. They may still have those Wednesday Whoppers that were made after Wednesday Addams with the churro fries and stuff like that. But they're also laying on the Whopper created by fans. There's a fried pickle ranch Whopper, and I cannot say the name of that burger without getting a little bit of extra totla in my mouth. There's a Mexican street corn Whopper and a maple. Yeah, it was made by a guy. Calvin designed the Maple Bourbon Barbecue Whopper. If you haven't had a chance to try one, well, what the heck, try all 3 at the nearest BK today, because you rule. 7:35, Donna D with news and headlines. What's going on?
The U.S. will continue supporting Taiwan's defense, says Ingrid Larson of the American Institute in Taiwan. Larson spoke at a luncheon yesterday honoring Taiwan President William Lai's visit. She highlighted the U.S. commitment to Taiwan's self-defense and security. Meanwhile, GPA plans a 4-hour power outage in parts of Tumon today from 9 to 1. Crews will do preventive maintenance. Affected areas include Marine Corps Drive, Carlos Heights Street, and Villa Isabonis Circle. Businesses impacted are Nissan, East West Rental Center, American Medical Center, and others nearby. Residents using generators should keep breakers open. And some holiday activities this weekend. Today, JFK is presenting the Island Echoes of Christmas at 6:30 tonight at the Agana Shopping Center. The SIFA Holiday Showcase runs from 6:30 to 8 at the mall. Tomorrow, Ukadu High School's choir concert takes place at 2 and 6 at the school, and the Guam Symphony's Christmas concert starts at 5:30 at the mall. And Sunday, UOG has its Christmas parade and festival at the Field House starting at 8 in the morning. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
All right, got you. 7:37 in the morning. You'll hear more about this in the Fox News. Big earthquake in California. 7.0 is what they were talking about. Berkeley area was evacuated. Mandatory evacuation in that area. Mayumi, who was a student at the University of San Francisco, experienced her first San Francisco earthquake, and shaken but not stirred. Shaken but not stirred. She knows what to do. She understands the protocols, et cetera, and knows which door to run out of in order to get to safety as quickly as possible. Glad that she'll be coming home for the holidays sometime soon, says the old man and the coffee wife. 7:37 on the Ray Gibson Show. More on the way.
Frank the Crank here, and if you're looking for the ultimate gift this holiday season, listen up. At Blades by Crank, we've got Michelin star level chef knives, hunting knives, pocket knives, and the legendary Crank Chetty, and even chef accessories, designed in the Marianas and built for precision and performance. These aren't just tools, they're unforgettable gifts. Whether it's for loved ones, your top employees, or loyal clients, give them something that they'll actually use and cherish every single day. Shop now at bladesbycrank.com or visit the local shop on the first floor of the Agana Shopping Center. Blades by Crank, making the holidays extra sharp.
The holidays are here again, and American Water Tech wishes you and your loved ones a joyful holiday season. Our popular holiday special is back, and for a limited time, we're offering the whole house system of a Kinetico non-electric water softener and a reverse osmosis water drinking system for the discounted price of only $2,995, inclusive of basic installation and a 1-year limited warranty. Hurry! This sale is on from November 15th until December 20th while supplies last. See store for details or call us at 671-649-2301, 649-2301.
It's at 7:39. Ray Gibson Show portions brought to you by the guys over at Beyond the Box, BTB. Find them first floor of the Micronesia Mall, and that's where you're going to find some incredible technology. Maybe you need a phone, maybe you need some earbuds, maybe you need big Marshall speaker, maybe you need chargers or cables, or maybe you've got one of those Apple pencils and you're not sure, but maybe the little pencil, the little tip needs to get replaced. They got replacements for all of that stuff as well. Don't have an Apple phone, don't have an iPad. They have incredible prices on all of it. See if they've still got some inventory left over from that massive Black Friday sale that they had last week. Try that out today. Beyond the Box, first floor, the Micronesia Mall. Wait, I got to get rid of this picture. Somebody was asking me about AI yesterday and asked me if there were any limitations or problems with AI, and unfortunately, I think the answer is yes. Look, Mon, no hands.
I can work with that. Dude, I can work with that.
You can.
Yeah.
There's websites for people like you, bro. What have I got? Where's the traffic? Let me see if I can find some. Didn't do a traffic report last hour. Let me see if I can find where the scary stuff is this morning. Hold on a second. Do I need to reset something here? Because it's showing me very little traffic, which is odd considering the time of day. You know what, Real John? Let me refresh this here for just a second, because I don't trust what I'm looking up on the map.
There you go.
Sure enough, there it is.
Oops, there it is.
Yeah, ugly traffic up at Anderson Air Force Base. Let me see. We've got traffic moving in that direction. Guys, I was just kidding about the charcuterie competition. There's no charcuterie competition in the 36th wing. They usually say that and let the Navy guys take care of all that stuff. So take your time. As far as I know, there's no golf tournament for the weekend either. But if you got business up there, expect it to take some time. From about where the Gigo Gymnasium is all the way up to the front gate. Southbound Marine Corps Drive, ugly traffic. It's slow. Look at this. From around Paris Acres, from around the Payless area, all the way south. Now, I'm looking at traffic moving northbound that is slow as well, which gives me a suggest that there might be, right where that label that says Route 1 is, might be something that looks like an accident. Here, I got slow traffic north meeting up with lots of slow traffic south, and it's just not working. Tell you what, it might actually be faster. If you haven't yet passed Paris Acres area, you might want to take that turn and then come out on Route 15 and then just zoom through Manila. You might actually save yourself some time that way. We'll see what's going on up there. If you know anything, if you see anything, say something. Take pictures. 7978255. Obviously, I got intersection traffic all the way through Dededo and into Upper Tumon. Yes, you will run into traffic from Ukadu to Marine Corps Drive. Nothing major over at the Micronesia Mall. Good time to start thinking about getting your shopping on. Maybe a little bit of traffic over by the construction lines and the Department of Revenue and Taxation. And then, wait a second, let me zoom out so I can see the rest of this. Upper Tumon, not looking so bad. Intersection traffic all the way down to the downtown Agutnya area in Central. Route 8 is looking good. No major issues. Except at the 810 and 16 intersection. You will run into traffic on the 10 side, and that's going to meet up with traffic northbound on Route 8. Route 4 into town, ugly over in Ta'i, uglying up over by the Cost You Less intersection, ugly in Sinahanya and Ordot, and all the way down to the downtown Agutnya area. The usual spots are a little bit busier than usual this morning.
You're ugly, Central.
It's ugly today. You're so ugly. Let me see. Southbound Marine Corps Drive from Chief Kipua Park down past Adelup, down past Petey, all the way to Big Navy. That actually, surprisingly, looks like the best kind of driving you're going to be able to do today. It's, 18 away from 8 o'clock in the morning. This is The Ray Gibson Show.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA, or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Santa's coming in. Things are looking up. Bank Pacific has rolled out Rudolph's favorite My Christmas Loan with an annual percentage rate as low as 5.4% and up to $50,000. And with our Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you have the flexibility of using your money where you want, when you want. My Christmas Loan. Contactless Visa debit card. Let's make Christmas merrier in 24. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply. 70 years of holiday cheer.
Nice. Thanks, Phil, from over at Bank Pacific. Back on the screen, the woman with no hands. She's got feet for hands. I love AI. I'm loving AI this morning. Tara from Hofaloa writing in, yes, accident northbound after Prestige Auto. Clearing up, though. They just got the cars off the side, and Tara just made it through. Awesome. Make your way down to her place later on over at Hofaloa. You can find them in the old Cowboy Ninja in the W compound down there in Tumon. They say it might be warm over the weekend, and you need something cool, like the ice kekkies. They've got breezes. Unlike some of the fast food places, their soft serve is working. They got vanilla. They got a twist. They've got a Dole pineapples. You can get the vanilla and the Dole pineapple in the very same one, and then you can put some toppings on that, like drizzling it with snowy things. There's a chocolate sauce, caramel sauce, Li Hing powder. Oh my God, that's the Aloha side of Hofaloha, and they got shave ice flavors, gummy worms. You know, the only thing, if you want to make it for special for Ray, beetle nut. Just shred the beetle nut and just sprinkle some of that over my soft serve. Check out Tara and the team today at Hofaloa, 744.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
Okay, I put up the lights. But you know what? I'm having a hard time finding. I can't find in the system.
Oh my God, Ray! You rigged that all up yourself?
Oh yeah, I'm so learned everything I know.
You gotta plug it in first to check if all the bulbs light up.
Yeah, and I don't know how to plug that thing in because they're just colored bulbs on the thing. We used to have one that lit up.
Blink, yeah.
But I think there might also be one with a Santa Claus. I gotta do one of those. I gotta just start looking around and just really Christmas the thing up. Just make it look like somebody vomited lights over in the North Pole. That's what we ought to be shooting for. 7:45 on the Ray Gibson Show, and looking for stuff to newsy things that were going to be taking place yesterday, and happened upon reminded myself that the legislature was in session. Did anybody catch that?
Yeah, there were whispers.
The whispers. Will Parkinson had his hands in his pockets the entire time.
Nice.
But anyway, so
restraint.
I was thinking, okay, let me see what it started with, and they go through the long, painful process, the introduction of the legislature, and I can't believe they do this for every session that they got. You know, it's the anthems and the singing and then the Fressy and all of this stuff. And I'm going, come on, let's go. Faster, funnier. Let's get this thing moving here. Because I figured since they opened so late that they were probably going to make it a short night, and they did. After they got through all of the processy things that they do in the beginning, and I consider unnecessary, after they got through all of that, the feel-good stuff, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the linguini.
Yeah. After they got through all of that,
is it political grandstanding?
What looked like, it depends on who's singing. But anyway, what looked like just barely enough to make a quorum over at the legislature, and then they started the process of looking at the agenda and identifying items that had been vetoed by the governor, and going through the process to see if they could go for an override. And they went through a couple of them and were unsuccessful in getting enough votes to get an override, which gives me a sense. I mean, I know it's still early. And then, then Speaker Turley said, okay, that's it. Notwithstanding anything else, we're going to go ahead and take a recess. They'll go back into session this morning at 9. And hopefully this morning at 9, now having gone through a couple of veto opportunities that failed, maybe they will find their way to some other veto opportunities. So I anticipate there's the possibility of bloviating, grandstanding, and maybe being able to see for what they are. Who some of the members of the 37th Guam legislature are as they go out in what even the speaker referred to as possibly the last session of the legislature, which I don't know. When I heard her say that, it was one of those, what does she know what has she got in the back of her head? Is she preconceiving that there might be some kind of emergency, some kind of need to bring the legislature back in the waning days of the 37th Guam legislature, when really what they should be thinking about is what they're going to be wearing to their inauguration in just a month's time?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, there might be cause for something like that. And why? Because things are moving. Things are moving. We got the Attorney General of Guam who says, well, I think maybe it's time that we start talking about taking these guys over at Gore to court over the condemnation, the involuntary sale of properties up in the north end of town. That's going to be interesting. Chris Barnett he said he is going to bring 185 back for a veto override. And I was kind of hoping they'd get to that yesterday, but they didn't. So maybe today is going to be the day that Chris stands up, Mr. Speaker, I rise to see if we can get this body to act like the actual third branch of government that it is. And then it will be interesting to see if any fish have flopped since the general election, if you know what I mean. Did I say that?
Fish.
You know what? I didn't mean it.
I
didn't mean it.
I know you didn't.
I'm not that kind of guy. You know, I don't always reach for the low-hanging fruit. And you know that's true, because you know how I am. Man. You know how I am. I laugh at my own jokes.
You do.
So, I mean, if that had been on purpose, I would have started giggling on all of that right away. 7:49 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. LOL noted on the beetle nut. Thanks for the plug, says Tara from over at Hofaloa. 10 away from the top of the hour, and we'll get a little bit more from the guys over at Fox. As usual, I fell asleep with Hogan's Heroes on the TV last night, but in between all of the Hogan's Heroes things, there would be a plug for, I guess they're going to be showing this on Amazon Prime, the big game today between the Green Bay Packers and the Detroit Lions. Neither one of these are what I would consider to be like my teams. My former producer, Bob Gaith, was a big fan of
Never
the Packers.
heard of him.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, don't know the guy.
Anyway.
Not Pika's best.
But he was a big fan of Green Bay, and they got a pretty good record going in here. 9-3, 9 wins and 3 losses.
That's Dr. Shea's team.
That is Dr.
Right?
Shea's team. But Dr. Shea is not. Dr. Shea is not paying attention to the Green Bay Packers today. No. You know what he's doing? He's making memes.
Yeah.
He's making memes.
He's fighting the good fight.
Bro, he's making memes.
We love you, Dr. Shea.
Have we not showed them all on the screen?
No, you haven't, man.
Oh, okay. Well,
I birthed all our kids.
Yes, he did. Well, he didn't give birth. They were going to come out anyway. He delivered them.
Yeah, you're right.
He was just the guy with the catcher's mitt with the baby and the little scalpel for the very very tiny.
Yes, you can do a selfie with our baby, Dr. Shea.
The mindful and demure C-section thing. But anyway, so he's thinking about other things, up to and including this show. Remind me later on, Joe. Maybe next hour. We'll see how it plays out. I've got tickets.
Yes,
$100 worth of tickets
Dude,
here.
I've been listening to Carpenters the last couple days.
Yeah, to see if I can.
There's so much good music, dude.
I don't know. Fifth Dimension, the band
ABBA.
Yesterday Once More that's coming out here for the GMA Charity Ball also does hits from the Fifth Dimension, ABBA, Carpenters, Mamas and the Papas, all in one show. Now, each ticket is $50 for the cocktail show. I've got 2 tickets, so that's $100 worth of value here that I'm going to give you. It's on the 17th. Even if you had a wedding to go to, even if there was something like super important on the 17th, cancel it. This is the show that you want to be at for the holidays. This is going to be worth the traffic jams, and this is what Dr. Shea is paying attention to instead of his beloved Green Bay Packers, who I think are going to be in for a treat as they take on the Detroit Lions in their 11-1 record.
It's going to be a cold game, I bet, Ray.
I don't know where
is it in Green Bay?
I don't know.
Okay.
Between the two teams, they're used to playing.
Yeah, you're right.
In frigid
Frozen.
Arctic conditions. So I think they're going to be okay, no matter what. Manny and Ning Ray just online saying good morning. There's Chech Garcia. Chess, Your daughter's beautiful. Dona Mila Martinez. Dona Mila asking, is Fisher going to do a rector? Rector left the legislature.
Oh, boy.
He was forced out of the legislature.
I remember him.
And it had a lot to do with the fact that he had a wrinkle in his personal history that should have been disclosed.
Yeah, he did some weird
but
stuff.
was not. When you're young.
It was a crime of moral turpitude. Right?
When you're young, Real Joe, you do a lot of crazy things.
True.
There's stuff in my background. There's stuff in my closet here that if people were able to dig it out, they'd go. Nothing that rises to that level, but questionable. And they go, "Are you sure this is one of the guys that you want running? Preparing the future for your children." To which I say, blank what you heard. And whatever you've heard, it's all true.
We pardon you, Ray.
There it is. Thanks very much. Annette Ana Vasquez from States watching the program here this morning, ensuring that I will run, as I often do, the plug for their big Santa Maria Camelin deal on their Saturday. If you're listening in the States, California, they've got the Feast of the Immaculate Conception, Santa Maria Camelin, going to take place Saturday, December 7th. This is going to be at the St. Anthony of Padua Catholic Church in Gardena, California. The novena at 11:30, Mass starting at noon, and the main celebrant of that is Polly Eric Forbes, who's taking a vacation from Guam and hanging out over there, as he does every year for this. I didn't realize this. This is he's a be-back, and he comes back. He's there's Balikbayan Padre, and he comes back and does the deal for him every year. Dave Duenas, and responding to somebody online, says, I will not recommend Guam for a vacation destination. What? Say what? Who says that? Again, might have to scooch up and find the source of that. Anyway, Tammy Post Office, and I got Penny Fernandez, Benita Manzanita Manglotnia online.
Good morning.
And timely that she's chiming in this morning, because I received in the mail.
Is it tax time again?
Apparently it is.
Dude.
I got my first note. Once upon a time.
They keep taking more money, Ray.
I don't even remember when I did it, but I used TurboTax.
Yeah.
But I did not use their service as much as I used the template, filled everything out on the TurboTax, then printed that out and sent that to the Department of Revenue and Taxation. I just got my first TurboTax email today. And it's only the 6th of December, my brother's birthday again.
Yeah.
Happy birthday,
Dave.
big little brother Dave.
Big brother.
Anyway, so it's the first one out, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I guess it is time to start thinking now about things that I can do, and that's why Benita Manzanita Manglotnia, go and find her. I think she's at GCIC building now, right? Go and find her and see the things that you can do now before the end of the year. And can save you money. It might want to consider doing something like this, even though you're separated. Maybe you had a hard time this year in your relationship and your marriage. Maybe you're separated, but there might be benefits if you can stop fighting for just 1 minute. There might be benefits to you filing jointly one last time.
Oh my God!
One last time.
No, just claim the kid.
Yeah,
claim the kid.
Both of you claim the kid. Frank the Crane Camacho online. There's Galo Perez, my favorite and prettiest plumber in the world, Jessica Barrett's online. Meganoosh Karapashin is hanging out with me this morning. Oh, I'm so glad you're back. I'm gonna send you some messenger stuff today. Anyway, Anne-Marie Pelobello is online. There's Nick Pulaski, etc., talking about the accident up north, and we'll check the map here again in just a second. 7:56. Might be a few other things that we're talking about these days. We had Dr. Wen earlier, who was discussing about being careful for the holidays, be safe, watch out for the overeating, and try to get some walks in. And the best thing to do is that I have read is go ahead and stuff yourself and then go walk. And that will seriously, it will help. It'll help with it will help with the digestion and help keep the sugar spikes from happening while you're doing. So all this stuff I'm learning is as I'm moving into this year, I'm reading up a lot more on diet and nutrition and things like that for guys in their 60s, because I turned around one day and now all of a sudden I'm a guy in my 60s, and so I'm concerned about I want to live to be 100, but I don't want to be 100 and in a bed. I want to be, I want to be climbing mountains. I want to be hiking. I want to be hanging out on the beach. You don't want to be a Biden. Exactly. So that's my plan, guys. At any rate, one of the things that I saw the other day, and I kind of knew this but I haven't added a whole lot to my diet recently. But they're making another pitch at what they believe is going to be the new sexy in terms of nutrients and your diet. Beans. They're cheap. They're packed with nutrients.
Yeah, they're packed with something.
They will last. They will last forever. The beans.
That's gunpowder, bro.
They're dry, bro. You can buy a bag, literally a bag of beans, and you can leave it in the cupboard.
You're right,
you can leave it in the.
And they keep for long.
It will keep forever. They don't go bad. It's like salt. There's no expiration date on it.
Beans again?
Yeah, the beans have replaced kale.
Oh, great.
Thank
okay,
God.
Here we go. We got something. We got something going.
Nutrition obsession. Wall Street Journal writes they're showing up in viral TikTok recipe videos, and bean cookbooks. Bean cookbooks are becoming bestsellers. They're high in fiber, which
Beans,
most Americans
100 ways.
don't get enough of. Excellent plant-based source of protein. Both fiber and protein help keep us satiated for longer and will help curb cravings. Research also suggests that adding beans to the diet balances our gut microbiomes. Apparently, you're supposed to fart then. Connected to a whole host of health benefits. Never keep it in. Never keep it in. No clenching. From reduced inflammation in the body to a lower risk of cancer. They appear in scientists' latest dietary guideline recommendations in the government. Scientists are advising the U.S. government to up the recommended amount of beans, peas, and lentils Americans should eat every week. And somewhere out there is a great diet exercise.
Dude,
diet
you can have my piece.
that's got beans in it. One way or the other.
Y'all can have my piece.
Stephen Blake, I knew there'd be somebody that says, wait a second, Mongo beans, right? Yes, absolutely Mongo. I was not a fan when I was growing up. And the reason why is because they didn't tell me that Mongo beans should always be served with some kind of a ham hock.
Ooh.
And if you're eating it by itself, you're missing something.
Low and slow.
Yeah, low and slow. Eat some more Mongo beans and ham hocks. Oh, I've got the craving now in my mouth. Where do we get all of that stuff? Anyway, 8 o'clock in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. We got more stuff and maybe bean recipes as the program continues. Don't move. It's time for Fox on KUSG. Gotten you Pika's best 4 times. This is The Point.
Big changes are needed. Lisa Brady, Fox News. That from the top Democrat on the House task force investigating Trump assassination attempts.
You literally had a situation where the Secret Service is writing hand-scribbled notes to each other, sending emails to each other about what's happening real time at an event like this, and text messaging each other on their personal phones. Unacceptable.
Colorado Congressman Jason Crow, after the final task force hearing, where acting Secret Service Director Ronald Rowe outlined changes already made and called security before the deadly shooting at a Trump rally in Pennsylvania an abject failure. The president-elect's choice for defense chief, Pete Hegseth, says he's had robust and candid discussions with senators this week.
We're going to earn those votes. We're fighting all the way through the tape. We're grateful to have the president's support.
Hegseth also telling reporters on Capitol Hill he's a different man than years ago, though he has denied misconduct, including a sexual assault allegation from 2017. But one key Republican senator isn't ready to support him.
Iowa Senator Joni Ernst revealing she and a number of senators want to make sure any allegations of misconduct against Pete Hegseth have been cleared before deciding whether to support his nomination to serve as defense secretary. Telling Fox News' America's Newsroom she had a lengthy discussion with the fellow combat veteran and appreciates his service.
So we talked about a number of those issues, and we will continue with the vetting process. I think that is incredibly important.
Ernst is a key GOP member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, which will handle his confirmation, and she is a sexual assault survivor.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. No injuries or major damage reported after a magnitude 7 earthquake and several aftershocks triggered a tsunami warning in Northern California and Southern Oregon. That warning was later lifted. The jury's still out in the New York subway chokehold case, day 3 of deliberations. America is listening to Fox News.
Well, bless my biscuits. The holidays are here, and KFC's got just what you need to make them finger-licking festive. Our new KFC Holiday Feast, packed with 12 pieces of my world-famous fried chicken, hearty sides, and fluffy biscuits. And here's the kicker. You'll get a glass casserole dish with your KFC Holiday Feast. Hosting a smaller gathering, our 6-piece holiday meal is just as delicious and perfect for cozy celebrations. This holiday season, take a break. Let KFC do the cooking while you enjoy the loving. KFC, it's finger-licking looking good for the holidays.
Guam Regional Medical City presents The Aging Spine, Understanding Changes and Finding Relief. Join us Saturday, December 14th from 10 a.m. to noon at the Micronesia Mall Center Court. Enjoy free health screening for vitals. Meet experts from GRMC's neurology, radiology, rehab, and patient education. And connect with Philippine Airlines. Plus, enter our raffle drawing for exciting prizes. Special thanks to Extant, Sentinel Spine, and Central Coast Neurology Surgery. This event is free and open to the public. Don't miss it. See you there.
Nearly 100 former intelligence officials and diplomats are urging Senate leaders for a deeper review of the Trump pick for National Intelligence Director.
Former officials wrote to Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and incoming Republican Majority Leader John Thune, saying they're alarmed by the choice of former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard to lead 18 U.S. intel agencies. That letter, signed by generals, admirals, and former ambassadors who served under both Republican and Democratic administrations. They want closed-door briefings for senators, saying Gabbard has shown sympathy for dictators like Syria's Bashar al-Assad, and some of her statements are aligned with Russian talking points.
Fox's Jill Nato, a spokesperson for Gabbard, denounces the letter as unfounded. The Pentagon emphasizing that U.S. personnel in Syria are focused on helping to defeat ISIS after an attack this week.
The attack took place Tuesday against U.S. personnel in eastern Syria. Pentagon Press Secretary Major General Patrick Ryder.
In terms of who is operating those vehicles or who is firing those rockets and mortars, that is something that, as I understand it, CENTCOM is still assessing.
U.S. troops destroyed several of those weapons in a strike.
We took action to mitigate that threat, and we'll do so again.
3 American soldiers suffered traumatic brain injuries in this week's attack. An A-10 fighter jet also took out a hostile target in the area November 29th.
Fox's Kevin Uretsky. The U.S. Transportation Department giving the public 60 days to weigh in on the plan to have airlines pay passengers hundreds of dollars for delays when the airline is to blame.
The idea is to give airlines a greater financial incentive to be on time. There are similar rules in some other countries and the European Union. Major U.S. airlines have committed to paying for meals, hotel stays, and other expenses for canceled flights, but say going beyond that will drive up ticket prices.
Fox's Chris Foster. Wall Street retreats from record highs. The Dow down 248. Elisa Brady, Fox News.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at NissanGuam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
30 local artists from OBRA Guam Art Group present their annual art exhibit themed Guaidza Guahan, starting Sunday, December 1st at 1 p.m. at the Micronesia Mall, first floor, Concourse 3, across Island ePro. With over 100 pieces of art, this year's exhibit features local artists representing a diverse array of cultural and ethnic backgrounds. Get something special for Christmas, a one-of-a-kind art piece. The exhibit runs from December 1st to the 15th at the Micronesia Mall. Don't miss it. At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
I'm a young federal employee. I've never had health insurance before, but I'm thinking I should, just in case. It's federal open season, and I'm researching Take Care's HDHP option. The payroll deduction is really low. I get money in a health savings account to use, and it puts me in control of my health care. I'm choosing Take Care's HDHP option during the federal open season. You should too. Go to TakeCareAsia.com to learn more.
Take Care, our island, your health plan.
19 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Shinarp gift at the local shop or bladesbycrank.com.
Your 8 o'clock local news is brought to you by Family Finance.
Today it's 8:07. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Taiwan President William Lai visited Guam as part of his Pacific tour, highlighting Taiwan's commitment to democracy and partnership with the United States. Lai met with Governor Luliang Guerrero and attended a luncheon hosted by the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office. He spoke about Taiwan's resilience against authoritarian threats and praised U.S. support, including recent military aid packages. Lai emphasized emphasized shared democratic values and economic ties, noting Taiwan produces 90% of global semiconductors. Lai acknowledged Taiwan's limited allies but pledged to strengthen its position globally. China condemned U.S.-Taiwan ties, calling them a breach of the One China principle. Meanwhile, 29-year-old Jimmy Stephan was arrested for hitting the brother of a woman he knew with a pipe in Jigo. He reportedly struck the man around 2:30 in the morning, causing swelling on his wrist and forearm. Stephan, who had been drinking since the previous afternoon, returned home angry, grabbed a pipe, and attacked. He also damaged the man's car. Stephan later fought at a nearby store and was hospitalized. After being discharged, he was interviewed by police. He has an open felony case and faces charges of aggravated assault and criminal mischief. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
GDOE honored BMS students for their STEM achievements. On November 25, they launched a high-altitude weather balloon from campus as part of the DETECTS project. The project, a partnership with the University of Alabama in Huntsville, gave students hands-on experience in atmospheric science. They conducted experiments, analyzed data, and used advanced computer tools. More schools, including FBLG and Ocean View Middle Schools, will have their launches later this month. GDOE says projects like these inspire curiosity, prepare students for STEM careers, and contribute valuable scientific data. And starting December 11, Public Works will increase patrols and sobriety checkpoints around Guam. This is part of a holiday campaign to prevent impaired driving. The campaign, in collaboration with local police agencies, aims to raise awareness of the dangers of drunk driving. So far, 15 traffic fatalities have been reported this year, 5 of which were alcohol or drug-related. Drivers caught under the influence will face fines, license suspension, and possible arrest. DPW urges people to use designated drivers, public transportation, or ride-sharing services. The campaign will run through New Year's Day as part of a nationwide effort to reduce impaired driving during the holiday season. And those are your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Okay, let me see what I got for you in terms of the weather here. It was raining a little bit when I woke up this morning, and they say that's what it's going to be like for the rest of the day here. Scattered showers and thunderstorms, partly sunny skies when it's not raining on you, with daytime highs of about 87 degrees. Now, I don't want to refer to this as Boca Vijo Maigu weather, but you might want to start thinking about if it does look like it's going to come in hot and heavy for a long time, you might need to start thinking about what it is that you're going to be cooking. F. Ramos sent a picture of what was inside one of the cookers in the kitchen, and that looks like some kind of I don't know. It looks like something you're putting like Mexican sauce on. I don't know. Can you make it out? Enchiladas. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Is that? I don't know. I'm uncultured in those ways.
Enchiladas.
Could be. Anyway, thanks for sending the pictures in. Otherwise, partly cloudy tonight with overnight lows of about 78 degrees. Partly sunny with highs near 88 degrees. Light east winds increasing 9 to 14. Might see some gusts tomorrow night up as high as around 18. Ooh, scary miles an hour. Same thing for Sunday. What have we got? A lot of gusty winds. Maybe as high as 23 miles an hour, but mostly sunny skies with highs near 88. So this is the deal. This is the temptation now. This is the twin curse. You've got great skies. You've got mostly sunny skies, but you've got the high winds. So what that means is that you need to block yourself. If you're going to the beach, especially certain areas up around the Dusit and Hyatt area where they got that real fine powdery sand there that just gets picked up by the wind, and it will sand blast you like you wouldn't believe. It'll be Wednesday before you get the sand out of your mugo in eye. So just make sure that you've got some kind of cover if you're going to be hitting the beach on Sunday. With the heat index, today will feel like 92. Perhaps there are rip currents and hazardous surf, maybe even some jellyfish out there, so just watch out. Sunset tonight should be about 5:53. There it is, news and weather together on The Point.
Holiday deals are here at GTA. For a limited time, get 50% off any iPhone 15 series smartphone. Get an iPhone 15 Plus for less than $13 a month, or get an iPhone 15 Pro Max for less than $17 a month. Don't need a new phone? Bring your own phone to GTA and we'll give you a $300 credit when you activate a new line with our Live Unlimited plan. That's like 4 months free. Come into GTA and check out our holiday deals today. Terms and conditions apply. Offer good while supplies last. GTA. We start the holidays with you.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
8:13, Ray Gibson Show, 888-825-5888-TALK. Being brought to you by the guys over at Take Care. Also being brought to you by American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I going through stacks of paperwork. I come in loaded and prepped for all kinds of stuff to talk about, local news and stuff that I pick up in the internet and different articles and stories. And every once in a while, I go, okay, I'm going to use that on the radio. But some days I get a chance to, and some days I don't. On screen right now, if you're watching on the visuals, Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, and KUAM and ThePOINT.gu. On the screen right now is what looks like Big Man Rico's. I don't know. I think you can get this breakfast, lunch, and dinner, right? It's King's ham hocks and Mongo beans. And the word you're looking for is masarap. And you can see off on the side, we got some corn. Chew your corn, Rico.
It's never goodbye. See you later.
Yes, there's what looks like some kind of a sausage arrow on the other side, and then ham hocks and Mongo beans. I was telling Donna about different recipes. My chili recipe that's got white beans in it. That you just spill the whole thing, juice and all, and get the thing cooking like all dang day. And you can have that on rice. You can have it on whatever. But that's one of my favorite things. And then I was retelling her a story about my stepfather, Daddy Dave, who he was Portuguese and he made Portuguese beans. And it's hard for me to describe the flavor. It's something, if you've ever had it before, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. The texture of the beans, the texture of the gravy that went in there, and the aroma that popped in. But my favorite thing about when Dave would make his Portuguese beans was we ate them out of the same bowls. I mean, we'd go on a big gigantic tureen and we'd eat them in our individual bowls that were suited exactly for Portuguese beans. When I saw those bowls coming out of the cupboard in the kitchen, I knew what we were having for dinner. And I knew what the house was going to smell like for 2 days. Because beans, the magical fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot. 8:15 in the morning. And one of the stories that we were looking at a little bit earlier, as I was thumbing through all of them, was the Chamorro Land Trust Commission is supposed to be meeting to discuss the new raceway lease. And I thought, well, I can get an update from the story that John O'Connor wrote in the Guam Daily Post, or I can ask one of the principals of it, and that would be Hans Ada. Happy belated Thanksgiving and happy early Merry Christmas to you and all the racers and motorcycle and motor enthusiasts on Guam. How you doing?
Merry Christmas, Ray. And good morning.
Good morning to you. Chamorro Land Trust Commission going to be meeting on the 10th to continue work on that non-commercial lease. You feel like you're getting close to finally some kind of a conclusion with them?
Well, so just to backtrack a little bit, we had a significant breakthrough in November's meeting because CLTC was talking numbers and suggested realistic rental rates. And finally, we were no longer negotiating with ourselves, which was a big breakthrough. And then, so I was cautiously optimistic going into this past Monday's meeting with CLTC, and everything was going well. CLTC chairperson even said, she understood the community-based concept and how a lot of people show up without paying admission. And she even said, let's get this deal done. Unfortunately, this past Monday, our last CLTC meeting, it took a 180-degree turn towards the end of the meeting, and Commissioner Herrera gave us a counteroffer, which was going back to the legislature and have Gov Guam General Fund subsidize $33,000 for the monthly rent for only 60 acres, and GMA would just operate the raceway. So it was really all over the place this past Monday. And now what we're going into this December 10th meeting is to address the updated terms from Commissioner Ibanez, and we're either going to accept or not.
Tricky to do anything with the legislature in the near term. The 37th Guam legislature is, for all intents and purposes, over at the end of this session, and then they're going to be waiting out the 38th Guam legislature, and you've got some slippage there as we figure out what things are going to be like under a new Republican leadership over at the legislature. Will you be able to move things through that new process and what those new rules are going to look like when the 38th swears in?
It's too early. I want to see what happens, this December 10th. I want to see what the counteroffer is, and then we could go from there. But yes, the 38th, and we would have to. Motorsports isn't going anywhere.
Yep.
I'm not going anywhere.
Well, I mean, and where would the additional money come from? I mean, it's not like just because we've got a new legislature in place and there's new leadership in there that they've got access to a different bank account, and they will have already been working with the fiscal year budget that we're in right now.
There wouldn't be. That's what I'm saying. Well, first of all, I don't understand. Essentially, the government of Guam would be paying itself. It'll just be from the Gov Guam General Fund or the CLTC Infrastructure Fund. But no, the money wouldn't be there. So that's what we're asking for. Our offer was for $1,000 a month and 102 acres, and that's what we could operate the facility safely with all the necessary buffer zones and parking and not telling our motorsports constituents to get lost. But unfortunately, it looks like we left off with. There's even a mention of 50,000, but there was an offer of 60 acres and 33,000 a month.
Ouch! You talk to the guys in the real estate business. That sound like a good deal to them?
What they're doing is they're wanting 10% of appraised value, which is by law CLTC their commercial leases have to uphold by. So that's the rate, 10% or more. So I mean, yes, if you ask someone in real estate, that's what that would be. But this is different. Motorsports is a sport, so we're asking for parity with the other sporting organizations. And just like Halls Angels Football Association, Mariana's Yacht Club, they all are paying $1 or taxes are $100 a year for rent, and that's what we're asking for. But I feel that our offer is very generous, $1,000 a month, and we are more than willing to do, profit sharing. So if we have per event, we could do profit sharing. We could give a set amount per event to CLTC. So phase one is that we have to open this place up, clean it up, get it safe, start operating it, and eventually we'll get to phase two, phase three, where we could start exercising additional revenue streams. We're not eliminating. We're not saying we're not going to instill creative ideas to generate additional revenue streams. We have all sorts of exciting ideas, but we got to get through the first couple of phases to operate. And that's our primary goal. My primary goal is to keep this thing safe.
I'm anxious, and I can almost feel the sense of a gut punch here. As the situation has changed, swung over, as you say, 180 degrees, and now you're in a completely different spot. In the meantime, the clock is ticking. We're now just about out of 2024 into 2025. In addition to being able to sort out all of the administrative needs and come to a deal, you also have to sort out the rehabilitation of the space and renovation of your courses, renovations of the tracks, all of the things that you need to do to get ready for something like and as phenomenal as the Smoke and Wheels. From what it sounds like, it doesn't sound like there's going to be enough time to meet a deadline to get prepped for a Smoke and Wheels event in 26.
We could do it by 26. Okay. Yeah, typically it takes about towards the fall of the year prior.
All right.
What it takes to get this set. So
I appreciate that you're that confident, and I appreciate that.
Yes, sir. I think we can make this happen. I'm looking forward to seeing what CLTC's counteroffer is, and we'll be able to prepare for that going into our December 10th meeting. And if that doesn't happen, maybe we could find something a little bit more appropriate, that we can work out with the 38th Guam legislature.
8:22 in the morning. Are there other properties maybe that are in private hands that you might be able to squeeze in a little bit of a racetrack and maybe some tracks for motocross and hiking and things like that? Is there anything? Does it have to be up there? Or are there other alternatives for the motorheads on Guam to be able to test out their skills?
So there's a number of boxes you got to tick off when you got things particularly like a drag strip, and that's what happened back in '98. Guam's even more developed than back in '98, and that's why that area was chosen in Jigo. Is that you have one for drag strip, you have to have the right foundation, which it's on the Santa Rosa Ridge. It's limestone forest, so you got to be able to build on that something very flat, and you need a lot of space. So particularly a drag strip, drift, autocross. If you were to build something like that today, it's going to be millions, tens of millions to build something like that. And it doesn't make any sense to me. This is a facility that's sitting idly.
Yeah, it was already there. I know. I'm just trying to sort out. I mean, if it would be nice if there were options here, and that makes it, I think, sometimes a little bit easier for you to negotiate when you know that that's not the only game in town. That's the standing monopoly. It'd be great to have that, but failing that, is there someplace else where we can do all of this? Have you thought about maybe, and see if we can do it this way? Have you thought about bringing in the board of the Guam Visitors Bureau, who have been actively out there looking for attractions, looking for things for the tourists to do when they come to Guam? I mean, is this something that could be marketed to the South Koreans, the Japanese, and the Taiwanese that are going to be coming out to Guam? Hey, we'll put you on a bus at the hotel. We'll pick you up. We'll bring you out here. We'll get you in the stands, get you a cold beer, a hot dog, drinks for the kids, watch some races, and then go back to the hotel. All taken care of.
Yeah, I like that. So that's the exciting part. So that's when we're actually up and running, and we do bring in tourism, which things like Smoke and Wheels does, and we'll have other events that's going to bring in international racers. There's a lot of opportunities here, and there's a lot of potential on this facility. But we will be contacting Guam Visitors Bureau. No, we haven't already, but that is something that we have our focus on. But right now, primarily, we got to get a lease. That's a couple steps down the road.
I know. I'm just thinking of just drawing in as many allies as possible. And obviously, there's some vocal folks over at the Guam Visitors Bureau that seem to have the ear of Lilian Guerrero, including her son. And maybe there are opportunities there for the governor's office to interject their thoughts into your process, into your lease process.
Sounds like a plan. Thanks for the suggestion. That's a good idea, and we could talk to them, and maybe they could help us out a little bit, because it makes absolutely no sense. Guam tourism's down, and why not just add another thing that's going to add a whole new group of people that want to come to the island. And it's not just the racer and the race car, it's everything that it takes to get it over here, the team and the people that want to come to watch. And we could have certain events on island that attracts international groups of fans.
It'll sound ridiculous, but if you're gonna be exploiting some flat space, I'd also think about maybe doing some pickleball out there. It's the fastest growing sport on Guam, and doesn't seem to be something that's diametrically opposed to a sports complex, a sports facility like you envision up there.
It seems like pickleball's been blowing up. I haven't played it yet, but I want to check it out.
Bro, everybody I talk to, it's like the latest cult. you get in, and you're going to get hooked in. My buddy Randy said he went down. He had to stop going to pickleball. He was going to go there and get exercise, but as it turns out, it's a highly social event, and everybody brings food with them. So you go and play, and you get sweaty, and then you come back in, and you carb up, and you end up gaining more weight by exercising than you will otherwise. But I know the people that are involved, and they have a good time, and everybody's looking for something place to play, and everybody's looking for some place, from some flat spot that they can exploit out there. And as I said, if you've got some flat space that you're not going to be using all the time, use that, turn that into some kind of court facilities. 8:27 in the morning. I wish you good luck. We've been following this, and every time it feels like we're that close, something else will pop up. It's been a long time since you've been in this game right now, and we'll keep an eye and see what happens on the 10th. Can we call you again next Wednesday and maybe get a debrief from you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, the meeting will be on Tuesday, so I'll give you a call Wednesday.
All right. Does there need to be any kind of call out to members of the sporting community that would be able to take advantage of that and maybe have them come by and just kind of hang out in support of the Raceway and the new foundation?
So there isn't much room in the CLTC conference room, but the public is open. It is a public meeting, and it is also streamed live on YouTube. But no, you can, I guess, maybe outside the ITC building. Maybe we could think of something like that.
Yeah, a get together, a barbecue. Do a barbecue out there. Have the guys with the skateboards and the bike guys, the BMX dudes and the motorcycle guys all in their clothes. We'll have a barbecue. We'll do hot dogs and things like that. It'll be a crazy party, just so that people know when they come in that these are the future tenants. And get a chance to shake hands with them, say hello, maybe a Merry Christmas deal, and see if there's a way that we can ensure that at the end of the meeting on the 10th, everybody is happy.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you for the suggestions.
Always happy to help. Thank you very much. I'm trying to make trouble and make sure I got headlines on Wednesday morning. We'll talk then.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak and putting our voice out there. I appreciate it.
You're always welcome here, Hans. I'll talk to you soon. 888-8255, 888-TALK. Dude, it's a legacy thing. It's a legacy thing. It's we need more things for people to do here on Guam. And I've got a personal reason that I want these guys to be able to get their drag on at the place, because I'm tired of them dragging up and down the streets near my house. At all hours of the night.
Muffler, man.
And they're not drag racing, they're just dragging, right? So you get these guys and they work on their cars, and now there's no place for them to go to test it out. They don't have a place where they can drive to, or put the thing in a flatbed on the back and then drive it up to Gigo and go let it out and then just go haul ass down a quarter-mile piece of road. They don't have anything like that. So where do they do it? Roy T. Damien. What time? 3 in the morning. Because I've been working on it all day.
He'll be up anytime.
I'm just putting the new carburetor in all day, and then I'm going to take it out at 3 o'clock in the morning and test it out, and I can hear the tires screeching in the middle of the night. And frankly, I'd rather they were tires screeching in the middle of the night up in Gigo at the Raceway Park. Plus, the other thing is eventually somebody's going to get killed on the roadways doing this. Right now, all the stuff that we've got are crystal methamphetamine guys and DUIs, and they're the ones that are causing problems on the road. Or wait a second, I may digress on that for a second. I was talking about this yesterday, and we were talking about there's a feeling, and it feels universal, that drivers are getting worse, not better. They're and I don't know. I was yesterday. I was on the road. I left Tumon yesterday about 4:30, and I thought it was nice. It was super early, and I got into traffic on Marine Corps Drive, right around Kmart, around the Kmart area, and the Vale of Tears between Kmart and the old TikTok. I have memories of that drive, Joe. I've got memories of the cars that were next to me, what they were listening to on the radio, which one had the pretty girls in it, which one had the dude picking his nose. Yes. I got fond memories of driving on the road yesterday.
Out of the car.
Yeah, dress sticking out of the car, the hem at the bottom. I go, okay, yeah. Because it felt like I was in that traffic for so long. And among the reasons why I was in that traffic for so long is there are people that will decide when they're in all the way right lane that, you know what, I need to be in the all the way left lane so I can make it through one of those peekaboo U-turn things. Man. And they go all the way, and there's traffic signal, and they got to stop you. Or the guys, my favorite one was a guy who's trying to be a good Samaritan. And he was... he wanted to stop traffic so that people could go and make that U-turn, right? And so I'm just going, there's no award. Vince Areola is not standing at the end of this with awards, ribbons for the nicest, most polite drivers right? If you can, and there's nobody behind you, just go and let the guy make his U-turn. But if there's people behind you, you being a nice guy is causing me to be stuck in traffic for another 5 minutes while this yahoo tries to figure out how to.
Blood's boiling
how to
already,
do a
Ray.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And there's too many people over at the intersection where 76 and Circle K is over by Donkey Village.
Yeah,
too many people are U-turning. Too many people.
Yeah.
That light only lets like 5 cars go, and when 3 of them are U-turning, then only 3 can go.
If they're looking at their phone,
oh my
only
God,
1 can go.
All right. That's
That's what happens, man.
Gee, we need this loops. We need loops.
Yeah, loops.
That's it. Yep. Or more testing. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe a little bit more testing. Maybe they should do that every once in a while. You know, if you got a ticket or you were in an accident this year, we're not automatically renewing your driver's license. You have to take another test. You got to take another driver's test. You got to take another written test in order to get in.
How do you feel about the grass?
Which one?
When they close off like 2 lanes, northbound and southbound, just to bush cut a little bit of grass in the island.
I think it's criminal.
Yeah,
I think it should be done, in the early morning hours after sunrise,
how about no
or
grass?
the late evening hours, or no grass. No grass is a good thing. If you have to shut down 1 of 3 lanes in order to get that done, then maybe we need to rethink what we're doing with our decorations and our medians. When I'm in charge of DPW. Joe.
Yes.
When I'm in charge of DPW, I will do
2026.
that. We will have meetings. We will have meetings, and I will say, give me the manual for the traffic boxes. Let me read it. I will go out there and I will set all of the traffic boxes so that it makes sense. And not just sense for the traffic there, but it's the sense for the traffic in and around the area. Let me just complain about this one more time before the end of the year. So I spent a lot of time, obviously, on Route 8. Oh, and by the way, over by the Old Rainbow, we've got 2 big, massive pretend sinkholes in the area that need some attention. It's only been 2 years. That has been dug in and then covered over, and it was never done right. It's only been a couple of years. Maybe we can take care of that one of these days. But anyway, so you come off of Route 7, and you're making that left-hand turn towards Marine Corps Drive, and then you get over by Venue, and the problem is the timing of the light at the intersection of 1 and 8 makes it so by the time you have moved from 7 to about where Venue is, all of a sudden the traffic is coming from Marine Corps Drive. So that prevents you from making that shortcut into Agana by the Bank of Guam. And then you have to decide how long you either want to sit there or just go all the way down to Marine Corps Drive and make the left-hand turn and get into Agana that way, passing by Chamorro Village and all of that. I'm just saying maybe there's a way that we can adjust the lights so that it makes it so it's easier for everybody to be able to go kind of simultaneously. I'll do that. I know how to read manuals. 8:35 in the morning. I will give you in just a few minutes a chance to win $100 worth of tickets to go watch Yesterday Once More, featuring the music of ABBA, the Carpenters, Fifth Dimension's, Mamas and the Papas. This is Tom Shea and the medical community's big Christmas thing. I have $100. You and a friend enjoying the cocktail show over at the Hyatt on the 17th. You will win it depending on how much you know about the Mamas and the Papas and the Fifth Dimension and the Carpenters and ABBA, but mostly the Fifth Dimension. Your chance to win is coming up. News next.
It's here. A fuel-tastic deal from Mobile and Don Don Donkey that guarantees to make you smile.
Fuel up with a minimum $30 fuel purchase at Mobile and get $3 off your next $30 purchase at Don Don Donkey.
But that's not all. Spend $30 at Donkey and enjoy $3 off your next $30 fuel purchase at Mobile.
Register your Smiles card today for double the savings, double the rewards. Fuel up and save with Mobile and Don Don Donkey.
Terms and conditions apply. See store for details.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. Small, medium, large, whatever. Take a little soft drink break anytime and get what you want. Dollar soft drinks, any size. Gotta be Wendy's. For a limited time only. Excludes prepackaged beverages, sweet tea, unsweetened tea, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft Lemonades. Not valid in a combo.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
No way, Palau. Dude, I got a couple of celebrity birthdays going to blow your mind at how old they are. And some of them could still be considered vixens in their time. That's ahead on the... Well, I'll tell you, and we get around to doing it. We got 3 days worth of celebrity birthdays and special
possessed
events.
by an owl, Ray.
Who is? That one?
Oh, yeah.
Duh, 10 barbecues later.
bro.
10 barbecues later. But something to ponder here. Coming up on Sunday. Sunday is December 8th. Yeah, and among things, it is the Feast of the Immaculate Conception. Was on the day the Japanese invaded Guam.
Dude, that's when the little planes came.
In states, it's
The
Pearl
zeros,
Harbor.
bro.
In states, it's Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day. But on this side of the date line, Sunday will be our Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day. 8:38 in the morning. Donna D with that last big look at news and headlines. Ava, what's going on?
22-year-old Ben Samina, charged in the August crash at Guam Auto Spot, is out of jail. Judge Jonathan Kwan released him under house arrest with electronic monitoring. The crash injured 2 people and damaged the dealership. Samina's conditions include constant family supervision and no driving. He's back in court this March. And Gora serves 13,000 to 14,000 residents through programs like Section 8 housing, but Deputy Director Fernando Estevez says Guam's housing crisis needs more local support. With rents for 2-bedroom apartments at $1,200 to $1,500, many families are struggling. Gura manages strict waiting lists and income-based programs. A housing summit on January 29 may reveal new ideas. And the AG's office honored 4 Good Samaritans with a holiday-themed billboard. Patrick Unkonko, Debbie Butte, Echovera Chon, and Joseph Perez were recognized for their brave actions in saving lives and stopping crime. The billboard highlights their selfless deeds, hoping to inspire others to act with kindness and make communities safer, especially during the busy holiday season. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
And your last big look at news and headlines for the week. After this, you're all... Yes, that's right.
Oh, wait, no. I'm not... Well...
Today's Friday. I'm not working
Friday,
tomorrow. So
but
you can if you want to.
Are we working on Monday?
We are working on
We're
Monday.
off on Monday, all right. What?
We're working on Monday. Look, even if it was
Dude, I'm going
one
to
of
the
those like
procession,
big
Ray.
time, and I was like a big hairy Catholic guy, and even if it was, all of the feast activities would be taking place after the show anyway.
Yeah.
So we might as well come in and tell everybody, what the big headline news is going to end up to be.
Full dress uniform.
Was that noise out there? That was Frank from Jamaican Grill,
That's
right?
a Jamaican guy.
Is he coming in?
He got excited.
Did he?
Because I was like his first customer.
Back in the day?
Yeah, back
Once
in the
upon
day,
a time. Yeah. Me and my brother. Sun splashes. Is he coming into the studio? Is he going to come in?
Yeah, 8:40.
Oh, we do?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're going to have to wait, though. We
Wait a
got stuff to
little
take
quick,
care of. All right, so you told him that just cool off and we'll get to him when we get to him, right? Because we got to do celebrity birthdays for the weekend. Not a whole lot for today, but one of my favorite actresses, and I absolutely loved her. She could have been my mommy in the movie Poltergeist 2, Jo Beth Williams. She's 76 years old. Absolutely loved that scene. You remember when there was that gust of wind that came through when she was down at the bottom? I could feel her. I get goosebumps just talking about it. Oh, my God, she was good in that movie. I didn't know who this was. She is 66 years old now, Debbie Rowe, and I couldn't remember why she's a celebrity. But Donna looked it up. Why is Debbie Rowe's name being mentioned? Why is her name in my mouth today?
Michael Jackson's ex-wife.
Hey, how about that? Mother of the kids, too, right?
They're 2 of his kids, Paris and Prince.
Okay.
Blanket.
What's that?
Blanket.
Blanket.
I thought his name was Blanket.
Blanket?
I think that's a nickname, I think.
Okay.
Or that's one of the
think.
other kids. I don't know. But the 2 he had with Debbie Rowe is Paris and Prince.
Jerome McDonald is questioning my use of phrase here. Big, hairy Catholic guy. It's, you know what? Because the last time I used holy roller, I got in trouble. Yeah, I did. I was referring to Holy Rollers, and I swear to God, these guys were going to cancel me on the radio. But anyway, so if you're looking for something to celebrate, today is Bartender Appreciation Day. Every day is Bartender Appreciation Day. I can't mention my favorites because I'll leave somebody out, but there's always June Tender, who's Pika's best bartender. And I'm thinking through if there might be a couple of other guys that there was a guy. And he worked at the rooftop bar at the Hyatt in Shanghai. And when I first went up there for a happy hour with after dinner or something like that, I wanted a acai dry, and the guy says, "Oh, they're not cold." And I said, "Well, just give me whatever you got cold." And so he found me a good drink, but then he took all of the acai super dry that he had and put it in a container, filled it with ice and water. And every night that I went in there was a container filled with ice and water and acai dry.
Wow.
That's my kind of bartender right there. It's Miners Day, Gazpacho Day, Cook for Christmas Day, and crazily enough, Cook for Christmas Day is also the same day as Microwave Oven Day. And the unsung hero of the kitchens, ladies and gentlemen, is the microwave oven. But I've got to say that the microwave oven that I have at my house is in many ways similar to the microwave oven that we had at Grandma's house back in the 1970s when we first got them. And we didn't know, don't look at the food cooking. Don't look inside. You're going to burn your eyeballs or something like that. Yeah. It cooks with microwave radiation.
Does it dim all the lights when you use it?
Yeah. But it didn't have a keypad on it. It had like a knob.
Oh, the knob.
You remember like a timer knob?
Yeah.
And
God, so you don't have the popcorn button.
There was no popcorn button.
Terrible.
There was no defrost button. There was anything. And you put them in there, and it was great. Everybody remember the first time you tried to cook a raw egg in a microwave oven?
Yes. What happens?
They
Does it really?
explode.
It really does?
Yeah, if you don't poke a hole in it.
I remember finding out you couldn't put foil in there.
Oh, that's still my favorite one.
I did that.
That's still my favorite one. That's the rule of thumb for everything that you're buying anymore. Make sure it's microwave safe. But it is interesting how little the technology has changed in all of these years. And I remember back in the olden days, microwave ovens set you back the price of a car.
Yeah.
But in 2025, a microwave oven is a $50, $60 device. Ellen Burstyn is 92 years old. Tom Waits, the musician, 75. Basketball player Larry Bird turned 68. C. Thomas Howell is 58 years old. What movie am I thinking of when I think of C. Thomas Howell? Anybody?
No.
Okay.
Outsiders.
Okay, I think you're right there. SZA is 35. Lord is 28. Special events for tomorrow. Global Fat Bike Day. Talking about the bike, not the riders.
Huh?
And fat bikes. You never seen them with the big fat tires on them?
No.
I don't understand them because it looks like they would be harder and heavier to drive around. Is there like a thing?
Yeah, they're great on the sand.
Okay, that's it though. That's got to be it though.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they just look like they're big, heavy bikes. Letter Writing Day, and for tomorrow in states, it'll be Pearl Harbor Remembrance Days. Ours will be on the 8th, where we will remember that is Kim Basinger's birthday.
Oh.
Kim Basinger turned 71 years old. Oh, how about that?
Oh my gosh.
Here's another one. Here's another one. Is a Bond girl, Terry Hatcher. Oh, come on.
Nice, Terry Hatcher.
You know
Terry
you love
Hatcher?
She
Terry
was
Hatcher.
in Tango and Cash.
As well as, right?
Yes.
She is 60 years old.
She's hot.
Yeah.
not bad.
Her and Marissa Tomei.
Yeah.
I mean, all over the X and the Twitters with all kinds of pictures of them. Sam Hunt is 24 years old, and let me see, Nicki Minaj is 42. Is she a hoe? Nicki Minaj? Maybe.
Possibly.
Not as bad, though, as some of the other ones.
She's former.
Former
She
hoe.
used to be.
Okay, gotcha.
Born again.
For Sunday, excuse me for getting it right the first time. It's for Sunday. It's Brownie Day.
Yay!
And God bless the inventors that made a brownie pan that was all corners. Have you ever seen that? So that every brownie you take out.
I've seen those.
Everybody, they should stop selling the other ones and only sell that kind because there's nothing like that Tosta's corner that
But
you get.
I like the middle.
In the brownie, you're a weirdo.
Yeah.
Everybody knows. Christmas tree day on Sunday, and pretend to be a time traveler day.
Oh boy, what fun!
Work on it. Which way? Which direction would you go if you could time travel? Which direction would you go?
Past.
You would go to the past.
Just to watch, just to observe.
How far back?
the beginning of time.
Really? Okay. That's a little bit further back than I'd go. Joe, present, past, or future?
Dude, the 80s.
80s, going back to the 80s?
The 80s and tell myself to invest in Bitcoin. and
Bitcoin.
computers.
Yeah. Learn to code, something like that.
Learn to code, man.
Yeah, all of
Start
those things.
Facebook.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Yeah.
Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. I'd start them all, Ray.
I would like to go to, and I'm romantic about this period in Guam history. I would like to go. There was a time, obviously after the Marines landed, when Guam was new. First few years under the American leadership, the colonization years or whatever. But can you imagine how cool it would have been running around with the people that really built the Guam of the 20s and the 30s, right up until the Japanese invasion of the 1940s. I know from people that have lived in that time how incredible life was on Guam. And unfortunately, the war came, and Guam never returned to what it was before the war. And maybe for better, for worse, you decide. But I would love to have been around in the time when my grandfather, as a matter of, when you think about it, when he was a teenager, when he was a young man, what it was like being that on Guam. I'd love to have found out. Of course, there's no cold beer and no air conditioning, so maybe not. Time is 8:47 in the morning. Frank, my buddy from Jamaican Grill, going to be in the studio in just moments. Steve Bednarczyk, we're going to be talking about activities for the Symphony Society and plenty more as the Mucho holiday version of the Ray Gibson Show continues.
Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Hafaloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice that's drenched in tropical flavors, which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local-style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and guam bomb roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hafaloha and at Hafaloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
Kim Anderson from Security Title here. When it comes to your real estate transactions, let us take care of the details so you can focus on what really matters, celebrating the season with family and friends. Our team of experts are dedicated to ensuring a seamless experience from start to finish. Happy holidays from all of us at Security Title, your trusted partner in real estate.
In the morning, and if we have to go over for the news, then we are. Rare opportunity to get my very close, very dear personal friend Frank Kinney in from Jamaican Grill as they celebrate how many years? 30 years of Jamaican Grill on Guam.
The big 3-0, a big half a day to Ray and your listenership and your fan base out there in Radioland, Guam.
It might be the loudest I've heard Frank in a long time. It's been a while. But congratulations on the 30th anniversary. I'm blown away by it. And we were talking about this the other day. My brother picks me up at the house and says, you're coming with me. I said, where are we going? He says, it's a surprise. And we drive down to the Paseo, and I thought, oh, God, he's going to make me jog. We get down to Paseo, and we went into the very, very, very first version of Jamaica Grill when it was just the small little kitchen over here. And just a little bit of room in the back. Nothing was enclosed. Loud reggae music playing from the speakers, and a lady comes by. I think her last name is Gibson.
Okay,
one of your oldest.
She's still working with us.
She still works there.
She's still working with us.
And she says, what can I get you to drink? And I'm ready to order a Budweiser. And Dave says, no. Sunsplash. You're having a sunsplash. And I didn't drink anything else the entire time. Went from that sunsplash, and then we ordered Jamaican ribs and with the red rice and the slaw, and then another one of these sunsplashes. And I went back specifically for that meal. I still go back for that meal. I eat at Jamaican Grill at least twice a month, sometimes 3 times a month. You get that craving for your red rice, jerk chicken, jerk ribs, and the slaw. And the only times that I don't like it is when it's not the regular slaw. You guys will switch it up every once in a while and,
to the bell
use
peppers,
green.
because the rainy season, it kind of plays havoc on the cucumbers. Yeah, wipes them out.
Save up.
Yeah. I know. We need a warehouse. We got to talk to some of those fine wholesalers of ours. Have a warehouse of cucumbers so we never run out. But
exactly.
Yeah. So little substitutes here and there. But thank you for that flashback of a story.
Oh, everybody's got a memory. For me, it's always the easy go-to. I mean, I know I'm going to like the food there. And when I got people that are visiting in town, I like to go. Before COVID, I used to like to take them into the restaurant in Agana. But since then, you guys are doing so much to-go business. Do you still have a dining room there?
We do actually still have a dining room.
Okay.
Yeah, part of it is designated for our takeout business because a COVID business component that was added on was our car service at all of our branches. So we still do that. People
Excellent, by the way.
Stay in their cars. We service them in their cars, and so that's still ongoing and very convenient to our consumer base.
You probably do that better than anybody else, I've got to say. And I don't do a whole lot of takeaway because I'm, tend to get disappointed. But I'll be over at Carabao or something like that and go, okay, I need some dinner, and make the phone call, drive over from there, and sit in the parking lot for a couple of minutes. Rain or shine, your people will go out there and they come out with these big bags, and it really is terrific. It's in the speed dial on the phone. Jamaican Agana. That's how I do it. And every once in a while, I'll catch somebody that knows exactly which cut of the ribs that I like. I like the one where it gets short towards the end.
Cut.
The end cut. I like
you're
the
one
end
of
cut.
those end cut ribs.
Yeah. It's absolutely. But that's the way it works, man. So I've got my 30 years in with the Jamaican Grill family. We had Thanksgiving brunch here at the radio station, and there was a big platter that came in from your place, the salad and everything, and the team down there is terrific. That you've got in the Tumorning shop. I have not had a chance recently to check out the one up in Dededo or the one in Manila.
Yeah. That's nice. That's our latest one. We're very fortunate, blessed to be able to open that up. We signed the lease before COVID. Then COVID hit. We got knocked down a little bit, got back up, but we were able to open it up in September 21. So it's been open for 3 years already.
Pretty location. I mean, you got the colors and everything. It was very, very Jamaican Grill. And one of the other things that I don't think we spend enough time talking about is the number of opportunities that you've given to the Micronesian migrants that come to Guam, looking for a better life, looking for an opportunity to get the real work experience. And a lot of them go through your kitchens, they go through your front end, and I think it's absolutely terrific.
Thank you. And we have a principle we've been practicing since day one: promote from within. So a lot of these people have been with us for years and years, and I'm happy to say a lot of them are our actual general manager and kitchen managers today. Yeah.
And they, because you're promoting within, they stick with you a little bit longer. I mean, there's a lot of other opportunities in the fine dining business that we've got here on Guam. There's a lot of other managers that are looking for employees, and it's nice that the way that you've kind of got things built in with your family and your employees is there, I think, less likely to be headhunted.
Yes. Yeah. Well, thank you for that, Ray. And it's a lot of just loving on people and treating people right, giving them the proper training and encouragement and support, and the right people, whether they're Micronesian, Chamorro, Filipino, whatever, but the right people will stay. They buy into your corporate culture, right? They appreciate being appreciated, right? Because it's not always about the pay. It's not always about the paycheck.
No, the guy that makes the most money at Jamaican Grill is the guy that has to wear the suit.
There we go.
It's generally the way
we go.
Yeah. Anyway, so 30 years. I know that you've got, watch and listen to KUAM, and I know that you've been doing a lot of outreach with them to let them know about what's going on. But there is a calendar that you guys have for the 30th anniversary. It seems like every day, every Sunday, you got something going on.
Actually, every 30th of the month for the whole year, we've been staying with the theme of the year, of our anniversary year, in giving back to the community.
I want to adjust that way so I can hear you better, but go ahead.
Giving back to the community. So ever since January 30th of this year, right, we've had different promotions, right, at all 4 branches. January 30th, right, as we kicked off, was 30% off our $30 combo deal. It's a pan. And that one had sold a lot. We sold almost 2,400 pans of food that particular day.
You need to fast forward. We don't have that kind of time, unfortunately. So I want to make sure that we can cover. And there's another 30th that's going to be coming up here at the end of this year.
Yes.
December,
yes,
right?
yeah. We have not only our party, which we'll talk about in a minute, but we also have our December 30th promo as well. So, and that will be 30% off the same pan, actually. So it's $10 off our pan that sells for $32. So it's $22 for a half pan of Yaman serious food, chicken, ribs, and rice.
One other thing that I want to bring up, we talk about the goodness of having the Jamaican Grill around here, is every year 9/11 rolls around, and every year on 9/11, Jamaican Grill goes out of the way to appreciate men and women in uniform, first responders, etc.
Yeah, thank you so much. We believe in the cause. It was a tragic day in our nation's history, and we want to remind ourselves and the community and the first responders that serve our community. And we want to just thank them for their service day in, day out, and to remember their fallen comrades some 20-plus years ago.
And what a thing. Now, what have you got going on like this weekend? Anything big?
Well, that's the big day. So we've been celebrating all year, right? But
for everybody watching, this is on the radio. You're not seeing this, but on the television, what we're getting is a whole lot of Frank forehead. Let me make some adjustments.
All right. I'll stay in place.
Yeah.
All right. There we go.
Okay, go.
Yeah. So this coming Sunday is the big birthday. It's our actual 30th birthday. We opened up, Tim Murphy and I opened up the restaurant December 8th, 1994. Governor Joseph Atta was the governor who opened up the Chamorro Village. And so it's our 30th birthday, and we're going to be celebrating by giving back to the community yet again in 1,030 plates, free, Yaman, serious food out to the community at large. First come, first serve, 1 plate per person. And we're prepping the food, delivering the food from the other branches, getting them there. And so we'll be giving out plates of food from the front of the restaurant. Okay. And then between the front entrance of Jamaican Grill and the tower, we have canopies, tables, chairs, seating, carabao rides for the kids, jumpers, music, entertainment, photo booth, merch giveaway table. We're going to have a party. It's our birthday party, Ray. We got cake. We even got cake.
Now, you better be careful with this. He brought in a couple of things. Number one, he brought in a bottle of the Jamaican hot sauce. This is made with Scotch bonnets. You need to wear rubber gloves when you're working with this. But you've also, now this, you got to be careful with this because there might be people that go, oh, yeah, I got the jerk seasoning, so I can make my own jerk ribs, my own jerk chicken over at my own house. Are you sure you want that kind of competition?
It's okay. We're spreading the love, right? We get it in a bottle. We bring it in straight from Jamaica. It is 100% authentic Jamaican jerk seasoning.
Awesome.
We personally take the jerk seasoning and we fuse it with the flavors of Guam, which has given us the mass appeal over the years. But the stuff we sell at the restaurant in the bottle that I just gave you, the authentic imported jerk seasoning from Kingston, Jamaica.
Oh, so it won't taste the same. It'll taste similar, but not the same.
Yeah. It is. It is the 100% jerk seasoning. So it's up to the cook, cook of the house. The cook of the house.
I'll work on that. Me and my brother will come up with something just after 9 o'clock in the morning. Fox News Live is coming up here in just a second. And you've carved a niche. You came out here with this product and this restaurant, this formula. Is there anything else that you've got in your head? Have you thought, in all of these years, finding something that could be as successful as the Jamaican, as the jerk chicken, as all the different recipes that you've got in the restaurant?
The idea definitely comes across my head from time to time. I have some ideas, right? But yeah, with 4 branches, and we're still trying to get off of Guam a little bit in the form of franchising,
Cool.
right? So
one of these days, yeah.
Yep. So we have to be prepared for that, and just given the nature of small business, we got to focus on the core product and running 4 restaurants.
Well, let me ask you this question here, because he's full of love. When you're not eating at Jamaican Grill, what restaurant's doing it right these days? Who is banging on all 12 cylinders in the restaurant game on Guam?
Okay, well, my friend Joe Vitale over at Vitale's, I'm preference to that because Joe serves the kind of food that I grew up in the greater Boston area. Yeah. I think I like to see the new up-and-coming operators, right? So I like Chef Casey over there at Capital Kitchen, right? He seems to be bringing in some good traffic flow, which is great to see. Chef Dylan Sad, I think he now has 3 concepts going. Pizza Kaya, the Savage Sandwich Company, and there's a new one, I think a chicken outlet he just recently opened up.
What they were doing at the old Pizza Kaya, because they moved that one, so and the other one now is like a chicken. It's a Wings of Kaya.
I think so. I think so. Yeah, I haven't been there. So when you ask that question, instead of the old time people like Jamaican Grill or Kings and Shirley's, and they're all standard fare on Guam, and even some of the restaurant chain operators do a great job. But for me, my heart goes out to the up-and-coming independent restaurant operators, to answer your question.
Yeah, we need another version of, just because I like to have different options for eating in the downtown Agetnia area, we need another Kitchen Lingo or something along the line. Pokey Fry was awesome.
Yeah.
There was a time you could walk from one restaurant to another and get all kinds of flavors in your face. We need to get more. We need to do more by encouraging these guys.
And on that note, we actually need more retail space in Agetnia. Like affordable retail restaurant space.
Underscore all of that stuff. Frank Kinney from Jamaican Grill.
Thanks, Ray.
Always a pleasure seeing you.
Thank you, Guam.
Always a pleasure eating your food. And tell Ms. Gibson I said hello.
I will.
All right, then. Thank you. Thank you for remembering to meet her. A couple of minutes left in Fox News. We'll play that and then come back and see what the Symphony Society is going to be up to.
The attempted assassination of former President Trump in July. Fox's Chad Pergram.
I have covered a lot of hearings over the years, and I have never seen a verbal rumble quite like this one. Pat Fallon said Ronald Roe got in a picture at Ground Zero on 9/11 out of vanity. Fallon says Roe wants to become the full-time Secret Service director, so he stood close to President Biden, Vice President Harris, and President-elect Trump. Fallon said Roe's position near the trio pushed aside other protective agents. Fallon says this demonstrates that the Secret Service did not improve after the assassination attempt on Mr. Trump's life in July. Now, bipartisan members of the panel investigating the assassination attempt are frustrated that they never got to examine the body of Thomas Crooks.
He was the young man who wounded the now president-elect and was then himself shot by a sharpshooter. Members of the incoming Department of Government Efficiency met with lawmakers on Capitol Hill today to discuss their plans to streamline the government. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
It's a serious challenge, and we need to stop it and expose what's happening. That's what this effort will be about going forward. There is an enormous amount of waste, fraud, and abuse in the government. And I think everyone knows that intuitively.
Speaker Johnson said several Democrats said they'd like to be involved. Federal judge rejecting a deal that would have let Boeing plead guilty to a federal conspiracy charge and pay a fine for misleading U.S. regulators about the 737 MAX jetliner before 2 of those planes crashed overseas, killing 346 people. Some relatives of the victims have been lobbying against that settlement. A new survey suggests your stress level at work could be tied to your gender. The Gallup report finds half of working women report being stressed a lot of the day, compared to 40% of the men. Study suggests competing demands of work and home are part of the problem. I'm Jack Callahan. This is Fox News.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. Small, medium, large, whatever. Take a little soft drink break anytime and get what you want. Dollar soft drinks, any size. Gotta be Wendy's. For a limited time only. Excludes prepackaged beverages, sweet tea, unsweetened tea, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft lemonades. Not valid in a combo. Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Get ready to take off with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. If approved, you can earn 30,000 bonus miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months after account opening. So what are you waiting for? Pack your bags and let's go with the First Hawaiian Bank Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. Offer is subject to credit approval and may change over time. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
Bring the Crank here, and if you're looking for the ultimate gift this holiday season, listen up. At Blades by Crank, we've got Michelin star level chef knives, hunting knives, pocket knives, and the legendary Crank Chetty, and even chef accessories designed in the Marianas and built for precision and performance. These aren't just tools, they're unforgettable gifts. Whether it's for loved ones, your top employees, or loyal clients, give them something that they'll actually use and cherish every single day. Shop now at bladesbycrank.com or visit the local shop on the first floor of the Agana Shopping Center. Blades by Crank, making the holidays extra shinar.
Is that my turn now? I was telling a story with Steve Bernardzik about how I enjoy not Dolby at the house, because I don't have that anymore, but how the technology has driven now. I've got this small amplifier. I'll see if I can find it on Amazon, put it up on the screen, and it's got one input. Right, it does one input for my MP3 or whatever, and it drives the speakers, and that's it. That's how I get sound out of my phone or out of the TV into that system. It's got like an equalizer. It has one bass knob, one treble knob, and that's it. You can turn that off. But it's got this audiophile chip in it, so even though it's not gonna, it's not like you'll feel the house vibrate, but what does come out is audiophile quality because of the nature of the amp chip that they've got in a thing. And it's not expensive either. It's like $65 or something like that in Amazon. 7 after, I've got them all over the house. So even the outside speakers, driven basically the same thing. Bluetooth receiver into that and then out to the speakers. 8 after 9, Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And the guys over at Nissan, first-time buyer program and the end-of-the-year steal deal going on right now. We got thousands and thousands off the price of your new car. In fact, they've got something like you can buy a Sentra for the price of a Versa. Puts you in a situation where you're going to be making a whole lot of choices or rethinking the ones that you already have. But check them out today at NissanGuam.com.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show.
Bro, it's AI. 888-825-5888-TALK. Steve, looking at the toys here in the studio. I asked Grok to make. Grok comes with Twitter. As you know, and you get yourself verified and you got membership into the Grok program so you can use their AI. And it has what I think is one of the best and one of the fastest text-to-image generators. So this morning before I went on the air, I said, I would like the Ray Gibson Show logos with a wreath and a Santa Claus and sexy elves. And it went to a couple of the Club USA websites and got me their version of sexy elves. That's what I'm calling this particular logo set. This is the Club USA Ray Gibson Show logo. There's others that are a little bit more pedestrian here and very Christmassy and all that. And, to try to get the viewers into the spirit. Everybody that's watching us on the visuals, try to get them into that Christmassy thing.
Oh, I'm wearing a Christmas shirt.
I noted that, yes, and all the right colors. And you were preparing for a busy Symphony Society weekend.
Yes.
Today, starting today.
Yeah, a couple things happening even today. The Guam Symphony Clarinet Quartet is performing today.
Yes.
So 4 clarinets playing Christmas music is very, very enjoyable to listen to. We're playing at the Hyatt today at 6 p.m. And tomorrow we're making our premiere at Donkey.
Donkey Village, the Village of Donkey.
Don Donkey. They're inviting various groups to play. I'm not sure where we're performing. Hopefully it's not back in the vegetable section. We'll probably be up closer to where the food court is.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. They did the grand opening, and about where that massive elevator is, is where they had put the stage. So you ought to be in a good spot and able to be heard for sure in the food court area, which seems to be one of the busiest spots there.
Yeah, and it resonates very, very well. And if you've never heard 4 clarinets together, it's a very pleasant sound. You know, you normally don't hear like oboe quartets or flute quartets or stuff like that, but it's really fun. And we have a bunch of really nice Christmas arrangements of Christmas tunes. There's a group, a professional clarinet quartet in all places, Japan, called Claricat. And they make professional arrangements, and we have a bunch of them. You know, they're available. We buy them out of Japan, and they're wonderful arrangements of every tune you can imagine, including we have like a J-pop Christmas arrangement of stuff. And we have all these traditional tunes, and they're great. They're great fun.
Could you send them some of the sheet music of Christmas music from Guam and have them put together a clarinet arrangement?
This is a very good idea. I never thought about that. We could
because there's Christmas songs. You know, and throw that in. And when you say arrangement, you tell them how many instruments you've got, how many clarinets.
It's 4 clarinets, 3 clarinets,
so
and
it's
a
always
bass
4.
clarinet. Yeah, it's always 4. And that's a great idea. I never really thought about that.
There's time, you think? How long does it take them to do stuff like that?
Next
season.
year. Next season,
Christmas in July.
Yeah, but it'd be great to have some of that stuff in print. That would be really fun. I'm sure they would love that angle, too. Because it's close, you know, it's in the region and everything. It'd be a great idea. So we're playing tonight. And then, so that's tonight, tomorrow.
Okay, so you told me the very interesting story about this group in Japan that makes these arrangements. You send them what you want them to do, and then they put these arrangements together. All right, you know me, I'm not enough of a music geek to understand the concept of an arrangement. Yeah, I'm thinking, okay, here's a melody, and we're all going to play the same melody, and all of the notes are going to be the same, unless we make some changes. So you go high, I go low.
It's kind of like, you know what a remix is?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a kind of a remix of a tune. So you take the tune, and you might change up the bass line or the harmonies, but it still kind of sounds the same. And then they like to make a little jazzy section. You know, like Leroy Anderson, Sleigh Ride.
Okay.
Right? Dum, bum, 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 ba-da-da. It's the same tune like several times.
Right.
But you get it in different versions, right? And you get a little jazz section at the middle, and then it changes up just a little bit and comes back to that. So that's kind of what they do with the arrangements.
Well, keep everybody interested in what's going on. So you're constantly plugged into the music. So even though the melody might sound the same, there will be nuances here and parts that you're going to say, oh, that's my favorite part of the song, where they're clippity-clopping and what, you know, throw all of those things.
Whip slap over there and everything.
Nice, all right.
So it's fun. And then on Sunday afternoon, late afternoon.
One thing on the clarinet, about how long are their performances? Because I know that they're doing a lot of them. Hyatt, then Donkey, and then next Saturday over at the Westin. How long do they generally
play? For an hour. We
an
play
hour.
a good solid hour of music. And then, you know, if audience demands more, we got a couple encores. We can rinse and repeat, too.
Right.
But normally we play for about an hour.
Okay.
You know? Yeah. We don't oversaturate the market there with stuff. And then, so we have 4 performances tonight at Hyatt, tomorrow at Donkey. Next week, we're playing 2 times on Saturday, 2 p.m. At, I believe it's the Westin, and then 7 p.m. at Lotte.
Oh,
in the lobby.
Okay, so I only got the Westin on the and just the 2 o'clock show. I don't see anything for the so another one later on next door over at Lotte.
We have an updated flyer on Instagram. I believe maybe recently updated.
Instagram. What's the name on Instagram?
At Guam Symphony.
Easy to remember. Easy to remember.
And then Sunday, we used to do for many, many seasons. It was a kind of idea developed by my predecessor, the one and only Dr. Milton Kratz, the Symphony Seaside Concert. And for several years, we did it at the Hilton. We would put up the shell there, and then they built a second wedding chapel over there, and we moved over to Ipao Beach.
I remember
the shell over there. And then during COVID, all that
can't use the shell there because it says Milkbone at the top.
It says Milkbone now. It didn't used to before. But we used to do the Seaside Concert over there. It was a very nice event, but during COVID, that all went away. And so I think in 2022 or 2021, we did one at the back of the Guam Museum, in the back over there for the Christmas tree lighting. And then we did something again the previous season. But with the weather being as kind of inclement and unpredictable as it is, one of our board members decided that it might be a good idea to try to maybe move inside for this event, at least this year, and see how it works.
Give it a shot, yeah.
So we're going to be at the mall, Center Court of Micronesian Mall, this Sunday at 5:30 p.m. right where the Christmas tree is. And this year, the train's not on tracks.
That's right.
Right? It's a little
it goes
different.
around, yeah.
Yeah. And they have that kind of machine behind the stage, but they're able to turn that off so you can hear us play.
Correct, yeah.
So we're going to be performing there at 5:30. It's going to be about an hour and a half long Christmas
My buddy
concert.
Jojo is in charge of the big screen because it's not just a backdrop now. It is a video screen.
I know. I saw it. It's fantastic.
And they put cameras on you. And so when somebody's up there doing some kind of a solo, they can be in the backdrop. And they can even stream out with that technology.
The quality, the video quality, I think is amazing.
My buddy Jojo's,
It's-
he's that good.
That's really good. So we're going to be playing a concert there. We're going to be joined by Crystal Paco, the one and only, singing a version of White Christmas. And it's your standard fare of Christmas stuff. We're doing some Trans-Siberian Orchestra, the Wizards in Winter, that kind of stuff. Some Leroy Anderson arrangements, and some just a variety of cool tunes.
So how do you mimic the Trans-Siberian Orchestra? I mean, there's so much of that is synthetic. It's digital, isn't it?
So that's done digitally in a smaller kind of setting. They make orchestra arrangements of that stuff.
Oh,
too.
I didn't know. I didn't know.
Yeah. So we're just using the full orchestra. That one, there's a couple tunes, 3 tunes we're doing. One based on the Tchaikovsky Nutcracker, and then another one based on Carol of the Bells.
Yeah.
It's very, very popular.
So we will probably Christmas time on this radio station be airing on lines and on the streams. We're probably going to be airing the Mannheim Steamroller Christmas.
Yeah.
Which is a program that's been following me around for something like the last 20 years. And every year they update it and make a new version of it and play all of the Christmas classics and things like that. So if you want a primer on all of that, Micronesia Mall, when is that going to be again?
5:30 this Sunday. So
Okay.
that's December 8th, 5:30 p.m.
All right.
Ballpark kickoff, 5:30.
In the air.
I'm excited. It's going to be a lot of exposure for the symphony. There's lots of people wandering around. There will be a limited number of chairs on the side over there, but the 35 people in the orchestra, we're coming up against space and everything. We're going to be on the floor. The stage is a little too small for us, so we're going to be on the floor for that, right in front of the video screen there, and it should be a very fun event.
Well, if you like Christmas music, and there's going to be a lot of people doing it. It's the first full weekend of shopping since December started, notwithstanding Black Friday, Cyber Monday, all that. We are definitely in the shopping season now, and it's, every time I've been to the mall recently, they've been busy, so you will have a good crowd to perform in front of.
And I even told the orchestra Monday's rehearsal. Some of them said, "Well, what if we?" I said, "Wear black pants, black skirt, or a festive shirt." And they said, "What if we don't have a festive shirt?" I said, "Get to the mall early. You're right
Macy's there.
You're right there. Go to
Ross
Macy's.
over
Go
there.
to Ross.
Yeah.
Depending on how much you want to spend. So it's a very user-friendly environment.
I think so. I know the mall people are excited about you being down there. I've gotten more than 1 or 2 communiques from them about, hey, we're going to get to plug this on the radio, right?
Good.
Absolutely, we will. Among all of the other things that you guys are going to be doing, that's not the last of the Christmas activities for the Symphony Society, is it?
Well, it's that concert, and then we have our Christmas Clarinet Quartet stuff, and that's kind of
that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, so get while the getting is good.
Get while the getting is
but
good.
Then you got to think about 2025. No COVID rear view mirror, I think, for permanently for everybody, and so it's year 0, day 1, and we move forward now. And what do you suppose we're going to be doing? You're going to be doing in 2025. I'm trying to think of some of the things that we've talked about this year, and being able to introduce the symphony, the love for symphony, and those kind of arrangements using, say, movie themes and television show themes and that.
So we did a movie themed concert at the beginning of the season. Yeah. And we're going to do something like that again. I think one of the ideas is to present it in different venues now, because we played all these concerts at the UOG Fine Arts Theater, right? And now we go out to the mall, we could do a concert at the mall and the UOG Fine Arts Theater, or maybe a hotel too. So taking these kind of smaller hour-long programs and moving them to different venues, so we get more wear out of them for the concert and stuff like that. Also, at the end of this season, we're planning.
Have you gotten any requests from the your supporters in the Symphony Society? Can you perform here? Can you perform there?
Yes, all the time. But that goes down to logistics and, as you know, this thing called money. Because anytime we perform someplace, we're having to move things. One of the nice things about the Guam Museum where we played, and also the mall, is that at the Guam Museum, there's the Guam Territorial Band, GTB, and they have their storage area there.
Yeah.
And they were kind enough to let us use, Jessica Pangolin was kind enough to let us use, and Max Ronquillo, their instruments and their chairs and stands when we were at the Guam Museum. The Guam Philharmonic and Tumon Bay Youth Orchestra is housed at the mall. And Max.
So
is being,
they got their stuff
They're
there.
very kind, so we can use their stuff on Sunday. They're letting us use their chairs.
I thought people all had their own stuff.
We have our own stuff, but it's at UOG. It's there.
But move everything
right.
from one place to
So we all have
another.
our stuff in different places.
Yeah.
So that's one of the issues. So, when we did the Seaside concert, it's a wonderful, wonderful event. However, logistically, there's a lot of moving involved, and then that costs money. So we have lots of requests to perform like at Polaris Point or some of these places on base, but it's usually right now coming out of that time period where, as we become financially stronger throughout the next few years, we'll be able to do more things in more places. But those are some of the reasons behind choosing certain venues, if that comes to play.
So what is if I was to call you up and say, Steve, we're going to do this thing and it's going to be at this particular venue. I like it a lot. What would you like me to bring? Do you want me to go by the museum and pick up the stuff and haul it over for you, or wherever you've got your stuff at the university and haul that stuff over?
So that all depends on like where you want us to play. That's always a case-by-case decision, right? So, I talk to the person. I say, well, what do you want? What do you really want? And so we've done kind of run-out concerts in the past where it's worked out very well. But it's always a case-by-case kind of decision,
okay.
At the time. We are at the end of this season. Our final concert is going to be, again, we haven't done it in about 10 years, The Music and Legends of Guam. That it was the 2-record set that came out in the 70s.
Yeah.
We did transcriptions of it back 2011, 2012. We did it twice.
Yeah.
And I really like that program. And I think it's time to reincarnate it again, as they say. So we're going to plan.
I think it's time to re-record it with our guys.
With our guys, possibly. But we're going to plan.
Frank DeMello was the arranger.
Right? Yeah. And he's I have 10 years ago, I was trying to find, everyone said it was at Geta and stuff like that, the original manuscript things. Nobody could find the stuff. That stuff was recorded in Honolulu and London, and it was just, those were studio recordings.
People don't realize the lengths that were taken in order to get a big shot like Frank DeMello putting together all of the orchestration and accomplishing the recording and then the mastering and then the distribution of the record albums.
It was fantastic, and it's a great recording. And so I had my theory class at UOG. One of their semester projects was to transcribe all this stuff, so they listen to it and they write stuff out. We did 2 performances of it, I think a couple years apart. One was back in 2013. The next time was when FestPac was here.
Okay.
We did it around that time. Really, really wonderful. A variety of different pieces, some with choir, some with orchestra, some telling stories of Two Lovers Point.
And the narrations.
Really, really poignant stuff. And I think we're going to resurrect that concert at the end of the season. That's what's on the schedule. And I'm looking forward to that. I'm also looking forward to possibly doing it at a nice venue, a bigger venue than what we've been using in the past.
Was it the Symphony Society that used to do these Christmas Eve shows in the church?
No, that's not us. I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
Would it be possible to do something along those lines?
It would be possible. I would love to do something like that, like a little...
Got a new archbishop.
Yeah. That's quite a nice idea. So we got the clarinet Christmas quartet stuff.
Yes, with Guam music, and then go bug somebody over at the cathedral.
And we got something with the archdiocese over here. Okay, good.
Something along those lines I think would be fantastic. We could, pipe out the audio and the video on KUAM and let everybody watch it that way, stream it live around the world, and make it something that, burn a DVD or something like that afterwards.
Those are some really good ideas. We're always trying to find new ways, as they say, to reinvent ourselves. Those are really good ideas. The Music and Legends of Guam, though, a cute little story.
It's in exchange here because Steve always gives me good ideas too, and I failed to say his last name. I should have it written down, but I can't spell it, so it's just Steve on the screen here that you're looking at. Steve Bednarczyk with the Guam Symphony Society has been doing this for a while and taking people through a love of music at the University of Guam for quite some time. But he's also my idea guy because every once in a while, say, where are you traveling to? I say, I'm going to go to Manila, and he says, no, you need to. There's more than just Manila that you can fly to. So I've got my eyes set down the road. And I think I might have enough mileage on my credit card now to be able to get down to places like Vietnam that you are always raving about.
Fantastic place, and really.
And you were just in Japan, weren't you?
In Japan,
Nagoya.
Yes. No, not Nagoya. Flew into Narita, of course, but in Ashikaga, which is in Tochigi Prefecture, and then went up to Sendai and Aomori and a few places like that.
Wow. I follow this guy on his stomach because there's like everybody else when we travel, we take pictures of the food, and some of it I recognized and some of it I didn't, but I was jealous of virtually everything I saw.
Well, as I lose more weight, I'm starting to lose some weight. As I lose more weight, you'll see more pictures of myself.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no, same here. But anyway, so happy to share any of the ideas that I got because I want to get more exposure for the Symphony Society. I think there's an appreciation for that kind of music. That I was lucky to grow up with a mom that knew her way around classical music and that kind of thing. And she had a lovely operatic voice, and it was a delight to hear her sing in church and places like that. So I've got a little bit of an appreciation for it, and happy to see that you are kind of unleashing that in the community here on Guam as much as you possibly can. Are you still looking for like sponsors or somebody?
Oh, yes, of course.
There's
We're
always
looking for
supporters,
things like that. Yeah,
get your logo on some of the flyers, etc.
Yeah, and it's a process. I mean, we're working back to what we were doing before. But I know it runs in your family too, the musical talent.
Well,
right?
Raymond David.
Yeah, RD, fantastic voice, wonderful singer.
He
just did Into the Woods. And I think he's a highly prized for all musicals that people do on Island over here.
We were
Fantastic
just
actor.
talking about that, and actually, one of the things that we were both looking forward to is everybody else is moving in different directions. So as far as hosting things and as far as a lot of gigging is concerned, it will be a relatively quiet season for the both of us, which means that we get more family time and to get a chance to goof off and hang out together. That's always fun. 9:26 in the morning. Now, one of we started the conversation when the mics came on, talking about Dolby and things like that, and that came from a conversation. You are highly recommending that I go watch Wicked.
Right. In fact, I ran into Artie yesterday at the mall food court on the way to see Wicked.
Go watch it.
Highly recommended. Fantastic film adaptation of the musical. The Broadway musical, Wicked.
I knew some people. I skipped the opportunity. In 2012, 2011, we were in Hawaii, Guam Runners, and we were there to run the marathon. And I was going to meet up with some old business partners of mine, and they said, "Oh, we're going to go watch Wicked at the Playhouse or whatever, the stage presentation that they were doing in Hawaii, in Honolulu for Wicked."
Yeah.
And I said, "No, it's okay. I'm going to go Dukes and have dinner with my buddies over here." And they came back, and they were all singing songs and everything, and I thought, okay, what did I miss? So if I don't go watch it in the theater, what am I going to miss?
Well, the musical's been around for quite some time, right? And
I guess.
do you know what it's about?
Okay, so it's the Wicked Witch of the West was really not such a bad person after all, just completely misunderstood.
And she went to college, university, witch school, or whatever you call it. The shiz is what they call it, with Glinda, right? And so they kind of had a falling out, and things happened, and there was manipulation. So this is the story behind how they became what they are.
Okay.
So this film adaptation is by John M. Chu, the guy that did Crazy Rich Asians.
Okay.
He casts extremely well. It's
Ariana Grande's in it?
Ariana Grande's in it. The Wizard of Oz is Jeff Goldblum, which is the perfect casting choice.
Yes.
It's really, really well done. But so this is the first act of the musical. So there's two halves to the musical. So the next, I think, the Act 2 or Wicked 2 comes out a year from now, November 2025.
Okay.
So this gets up to the end of the first act, and there's very, very interesting songs like Popular. I don't know if you heard that, Like to Be Popular, and then Defying Gravity is the big one.
Okay.
That's the closing number for Act 1.
I'm going to have to investigate Spotify.
And Defying Gravity is a really uplifting song, but it's about when Elphaba finally realizes that she can fly on her broom and defy gravity. So there's a lot of meaning to the song, but people use it to, like, I'm free. I've broken up with somebody, and now I'm going to be myself.
I will survive.
It's used, it's used in so many different kind of like versions, but it's a really well done movie. The movie runs 2 hours and 40 minutes, and for me, I like musicals, but this one went by like that. It went by very, very quickly. The music's great. The casting's great. It moves along very quickly, and it tells an interesting story because I think all of us grew up I used to watch The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
And okay, great, but this is the updated kind of behind-the-scenes version that makes things very, very interesting.
So this is before we meet Dorothy and the Tin Man and the Cowardly Lion.
But you do in the next
one.
Okay, I believe so.
The only thing I know about Wicked was we were goofing off, and somebody had sent a sign that is hanging in the theaters that says, "Please don't sing along to the songs. You're ruining it for everybody." So wait until late December. I guess they're going to re-release Wicked
with the karaoke version.
Yeah, with the karaoke version, so everybody can sing along.
Yeah. So that's what I've heard a lot of people saying. They've seen it. Most of the people I know have seen it a couple times already.
Yeah.
And they say it's get there before the karaoke version, but that's the danger when you're watching it, you know. people want to sing along, and it was good. It was quiet last night.
But we've again, an offshoot of that conversation. They, I think, did a good job in the biopic on Elton John.
Yeah, I do.
When they came out and they would have the songs,
Yeah.
but they weren't the same arrangements that we knew from the albums and the radio. They had changed things up. Some of the melody was different. The words were different. So you could kind of get in there and lean into it and go, okay, that's this song. But there was no way that you as a viewer could sing along to it because they changed it out that much.
Yeah, not with this one.
No. It's true to form.
It's singable, and it's done in such a fashion that it makes you kind of want to sing along too.
So so you're suggesting watch it while it's still on the big screen.
Yes.
This is like Star Wars. You don't want to little this down. You want to see this big screen movie theater.
Exactly. Highly recommended.
Raisinets, soda, popcorn, hot dogs. Yes. Spend the extra $50 and get all of that stuff in there. Dude, it's always fun meeting up with you. And I'm glad that you're enjoying the pickleball and getting out there. And I think the Sando this week is supposed to be some kind of a BLT.
Oh, sounds interesting.
Yes, it does.
However, I have a concert that day.
Yeah,
so,
working. All right. I'll tell them to save you a copy of it. 9:30 in the morning. Steve Bednarczyk in the studio with me. You now caught up completely with everything that they are up to with the Symphony Society. And if you need more details on where they're going to be starting today and then through the weekend, again, you can go and hit them up on Instagram's
Guam Symphony.
Guam Symphony.
And then on Facebook. Just look up Guam Symphony on Facebook.
Right. And I think there might be something floating around on the calendar on the website. If not, I'll see if I can put that in a little bit later on so you can get just click on one thing and get all of the information you need. 9:31 in the morning. We're going to take a break, maybe grab some selfies and do all of the rest of this stuff. In the meantime, we're going to join Joan Uggan-Charfris with news from KUAM.
Buenas and Holiday Guam, I'm Jonagan Charfris. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Friday, December 6th. 12 Guam Department of Education schools are getting a long overdue upgrade with a total price tag of $125 million in American Rescue Plan funds. Among the campuses getting a major facelift is George Washington High School with an over $20 million slice of the multi-million-dollar pie. The work is contracted to Core Tech International, which is already making headway at the home of the Geckos. Nicholas Cruz is the Capital Improvement Project Program Manager at GDOE and spoke with Destiny Cruz. You can watch that story right now on our YouTube channel. It seemed many from north to south were left in the dark overnight. A fuel leak was part of the problem. Guam Power Authority stating the outages were due to compounded challenges that started just before 5 p.m. Wednesday. Electricity was restored at around 11:30 p.m. with rotating outages that followed. Officials confirmed the GIGO combustion turbine went offline due to a hydraulic starter issue. Baseload unit PD number 8 was also taken offline about an hour after for fuel leak repairs. Additionally, GPA plant personnel continued to make external boiler equipment repairs to baseload unit Cabras 2. GPA continues to encourage customers to conserve their power. The Power Authority also released a potential rotating outage schedule. You can view that by visiting KUAM.com. The Office of Infrastructure Policy and Development under the Office of the Governor has secured $2.1 million to the Digital Equity Capacity Grant. This funding aims to bridge the digital divide, providing Guam residents with access to technology and digital skills essential in today's world. Guam qualified for this grant after the completion of federal approval of the first ever Digital Equity Plan, a roadmap to ensure inclusion and access for underserved populations. Projects include enhancing digital infrastructure at Guam Memorial Hospital, offering digital education programs at the Department of Youth Affairs, and launching cybersecurity and online privacy outreach. Additionally, the Mayor's Council of Guam will expand broadband access and establish a device lending program prioritizing underserved residents. Governor Luliang Guerrero emphasized the grant's impact, saying, quote, "This funding is about giving everyone on Guam a fair shot in the digital world, improving healthcare, education, and village-level connectivity for our people." For these stories and more, visit KUAM.com. You can also stream our newscasts on our YouTube channel as well as our Facebook page. And don't forget to follow KUAM News on Instagram for the very latest. You can also watch us on Peacock. Jonagan Charfris, KUAM News.
The holidays are here again, and American Water Tech wishes you and your loved ones a joyful holiday season. Our popular holiday special is back, and for a limited time, we're offering the whole house system of a Kinetico non-electric water softener and a reverse osmosis water drinking system for the discounted price of only $2,995, inclusive of basic installation and a 1-year limited warranty. Hurry! This sale is on from November 15th until December 20th while supplies last. See store for details or call us at 671-649-2301, 649-2301. Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Hafaloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice that's drenched in tropical flavors, which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local-style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and guam bomb roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hafaloha and at Hafaloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
Dude, you weren't kidding. The weather report this morning had mentioned that there might be some stingers on the beach. Pirates Cove Jeff been walking around and sent me pictures. I originally thought, oh my God, look at all these loogies. That's what they look like, right? There's a man of war men of war out there. So we definitely got stingers on the eastern side. Merry Christmas.
Ooh, they're Portuguese, Ray. Like your beans.
But, I don't know. Isn't there a distinction? Isn't like one like will sting you and it'll hurt like hell, but it won't kill you, and then there's another one that will kill you?
I think that's a box.
And it will hurt all the way through. I mean,
jellyfish.
beginning to end. But
Yeah.
anyway, that's what they look like, guys. They just look little kind of loogie-looking things. Little. There used to be a Japanese balloon toy that they'd make, and it was this highly chemically rich stuff. You put it at the end of a tube, and then you blew on it. I can taste it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's all you could do after you. It's not like you can blow it up and then it's like you can blow it up 100 times.
It looks like oil.
Yeah. And you put the thing in your mouth, and this probably explains a whole lot about why I am the way I am. But anyway, it kind of looks like those bubbles. But there may still be tentacles that are attached to it that will sting you, even though they might be dead and have been out there for a long time. The kids will be interested. They'll want to poke it with sticks and stuff. Keep an eye on it and make sure that you know how you can undo the sting of these particular deals. Ammonia. Something that is ammonia rich might help. They say pee on it. I don't know, but I've never done that. Is it? What is it? Dona Mila says, is it me or listening to KUAM is like listening to the past? I don't know. It's like, wait a second. Didn't I just hear that this morning with the guy? Yeah, it might be like that. Jose Martinez and his report on Wicked. The cameo appearance of the two principals of the original Wicked was a huge treat. I thought they stole the show. Ronnie Dionaldo, hey, Teach, nice to see you online. Clint Kent says, I got the Legends of Guam in both LP and DVD. Really? They have a DVD on that? Maria Duenas Perez there. Sharky Cruz. Tommy Tanner is online. Let me see. Jose says, I got a couple of Benny Goodman vinyl albums, one of the greatest clarinet players of all time. So you don't want to miss these clarinet shows they're going to be doing. Jose Martinez says, I once had a Jamaica roommate. Used to bring my Yo Albany Avenue in Hartford for the Real Deal Jerk Barbecue Jamaican Grill as close as it's ever going to get here on Guam. It would be great to have a Jamaican beef patties with cocoa bread, though, he's remarking. And a note, I got this, you know what, we talk about all the different businesses that we've got here on Guam, and it's really nice. You know, we all, to a degree, have got competitive businesses. You know, I'm in the radio game. There's a bunch of other radio stations that you could be listening to, a bunch of other people. You could be getting your news and entertainment and information, but you get it from me in the morning. I want to say thank you very much. I appreciate that. And the restaurant game, it's the same. You know, every time you eat at one place, that's one less meal you're going to get somewhere else. Dave Alcorn, in the midst of the conversation that I was having with Frank Kinney just a few minutes ago, wanted to chime in and say to Frank, please give Frank and his team a shout out from Kings. And congratulations from the Kings family for 30 years. Tell Frank I appreciate our chats and our sharing business stories. All the best blessings to them. And if Frank, if you're not listening, somebody that knows Frank, just let him know you heard me talking about that and giving up some incredible compliments from Kings. So Jamaican Grill is celebrating 30 years today. Now, what do you say? Sunday was the actual anniversary, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Next year, Kings is going to be celebrating 50 years. Huh? What? happy 50th anniversary to Kings. Does anybody
I grew up there?
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Do you
Doesn't
remember
it
that
feel
back
like-
that back dark lit bar they had at Gibson's?
Oh yes, absolutely.
They had a few video games to the side there.
With the video games, video poker, but they were the nickel machines.
Yeah.
They were legal at the time, and when they stopped being legal, Dave got rid of them. But he always, what was the name
I
of
like
it?
to
There was
sit in the smoking section, Ray.
there was a she was very pale, and she had pale blonde hair, beautiful girl that worked there, and I would go and hang out at King's just to be able to get beer from her.
They were always cool, man.
Always cool.
They
Had
that
had
one
another
Chamorro
hot
lady.
sister worked over at Lights back in the day.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, am I revealing too much about the influence of Kings in my past? Frankly, I think there were a lot of people. The video games that you're talking about were right there at the front. So as you walked into Kings, if you went left, you went into the bar.
Mom, give me quarters.
Yeah, and if you went into the right, then it was all kinds of different games. There was the fighting games, obviously, and the kids had played that. My favorite game was, and it's amazing to me that they would let you just kind of stand in the doorway and play the video games. You remember the first version of 1941, the airplane game?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, I threw $100
You could get, like,
in
more
quarters in
weapons
that.
and bombs
Yeah,
and-
and the plane would get bigger and have more guns
Yes,
attached to
the
it.
final boss.
Those were so good. Those were, and you can buy them now. You can buy those games.
It's not the same, right?
No,
I mean,
you got to be playing it on the machine. There's a
Yeah.
guy on TikTok, and that's his claim to fame is he buys these old machines and has them shipped to his house where he will rehabilitate them. And the theory is it ain't that hard. We're not talking about the most sophisticated computers of our time. They were pretty sophisticated for their time. But in 2025, I mean, the guts of a computer, it's like looking at an old car. It's like looking at a car from the 60s and 70s. Open the hood, and you can understand the parts. You wonder that there's the carburetor, there's the engine, there's the air filters, all of this other. I could work on that. And it's the same thing with these old computers from back in the old days. And the fun now is getting everything working and working together, but being able to put it back together and play with the joysticks that were there and the ultra responsive buttons that they had on those things. And the guy, that's all he does is rehab these machines. You might need to know a thing or two about bringing a television monitor back from the dead, but even that is not all that hard and tricky. I mean, once you get all the dust and the cockroaches and the cobwebs out of it, my guess is that might even be something pleasant to do. But oh my God, 1941, the game, and the original version of the fighting one. They made a movie out of it. What was it?
Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat.
Eat a wombat. Or something like that. 9:42.
Fatality.
So I had the question like hours ago, but we've just had so much goofing off fun that we haven't had a chance to do the giveaway for $100 worth of tickets. This is the perfect nostalgic show. If you are from the 1970s, if you grew up watching Karen Carpenter and her brother Richard Carpenter on the television shows in black and white before we had cable TV back in those days, Mamas and the Papas all over the radio, The Fifth Dimension and The Age of Aquarius. And I'll bet there's people listening that might have, somewhere in the house, have got it on not 8-track, but have it on open reel.
Dude, I just felt an acid trip.
Dude, yeah. And you bought it at Townhouse when it was in Agania,
Yes.
where Venue is now.
Tie-dye.
Tie-dye. Port of call.
Oh,
Port of
no.
call. Everything smells like
What about the
incense.
Spanish fly?
Yeah. Golden Island music upstairs. Hey, Bill, what you got there? Bill, your eyes are always red. What's going on? But anyway, 9:43. Let me make you a winner. So one of the things that I'm looking forward to is watching the performance here, and I'm going to go to this. Yesterday, once more for the GMA Christmas Ball. I've got $100. You and a friend cocktail show. Right. This is going to be fun. And one of the parts that I'm looking forward to is how well they nail the Fifth Dimension. Because there was something special about the way the Fifth Dimension did their music, their songs, the arrangements. Marilyn McCoo, right? Wasn't it the name of the girl that sang in?
Maybe, I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
But I think that, like, everybody had a copy of it. Now, there's a couple of songs that they're like super famous for, and the actual album, was the Age of Aquarius. Age of Aquarius. And another song they did kind of a combo, and I guarantee they're going to do this at the show on the 17th over at the Hyatt. They did a combo where they took a couple of songs, The Age of Aquarius and Let the Sunshine In. Sunshine, even before Carl Gutierrez. And that came from an iconoclastic, as they say, 60s musical. What was the name of the 60s musical that the Fifth Dimension borrowed the music from? What was the name of that 60s musical? Are there any hints you might be asking? An essential part of any discussion of the hippie movement, war protests, psychedelia, and, oh, by the way, free love. Free love from back in those days. It is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. What was the name of the 60s musical that came from? Age of Aquarius and Let the Sunshine In. You may begin calling now if you know the answer to that question. Some of us have it. Some of us don't. Maybe there's another clue there. Real Joe doesn't have any. Jerry Roberts doesn't have any. I've got some, but not as much as I had years ago. What was the name of the musical where those songs came from? Real Joe, you're about ready to blurt it out. I can see. 888-8255, 888-TALK. Rico Blanca versus I know the answer. Well, call in. Have somebody call in. Eddie Cruz has written the answer down, but you cannot play on the socials. You have to call in. And if you're watching this on KUAM, I'm sorry we did this at 9:45 in the morning. You cannot play. You can call Prom Sullivan or anybody at the GMA and see if you can get your tickets. Line 1, are you on it?
Chris.
All right.
Line 1.
Let me see if I can get Chris to be a winner here. Fifth Dimension, Age of Aquarius, Let the Sunshine In. What was the name of the 60s musical?
Something I don't have anymore, I think, is Hair.
Absolutely right, my brother. Yes, it is Hair. That's the name of the movie. Congratulations, Chris. I'm gonna put your name down on the back of these tickets, and you can swing by the radio station. Best time to get here is before 5 o'clock today, or anytime next week before 5 o'clock, and then go and enjoy this. It's going to be a great show. Music from ABBA, the Carpenters, Mamas and the Papas, and of course the Fifth Dimension singing "The Age of Aquarius." It's going to be fun, right?
Right on, right on.
You got a date?
Okay. Yeah, I think the wife might enjoy it.
Oh, right. Okay, that one. Smart move, sir. Bring W1. Smart move. Stay on the phone line there, Chris. And Real Joe is going to say things to you that only winners get to hear. I've still got more. I got more tickets, so I obviously can't give any more away today. I guess I'll have to come up with some more questions that should be fairly easy for you to pick up on when it comes to next week. In the meantime, 9:47 in the morning. Let me grab a quick break here, take a swig of coffee, and see what Apple did to my phone. In case you're curious, and you've got the kind of phone that will let it in. Yes, the Age of Aquarius. Mike Phillips chiming in says the Mount Carmel Phoenix Stage Band learned and performed the Age of Aquarius. And yeah, let the sunshine in. Hair is the name of the thing. Who needs
hair?
Joe, take a break. I'll be right back.
Guam Regional Medical City presents The Aging Spine, Understanding Changes and Finding Relief. Join us Saturday, December 14th from 10 a.m. to noon at the Micronesia Mall Center Court. Enjoy free health screening for vitals. Meet experts from GRMC's neurology, radiology, rehab, and patient education. And connect with Philippine Airlines. Plus, enter our raffle drawing for exciting prizes. Special thanks to Extant, Sentinel Spine, and Central Coast Neurology Surgery. This event is free and open to the public. Don't miss it. See you there.
Kim Anderson from Security Title here. When it comes to your real estate transactions, let us take care of the details so you can focus on what really matters, celebrating the season with family and friends. Our team of experts are dedicated to ensuring a seamless experience from start to finish. Happy holidays from all of us at Security Title, your trusted partner in real estate.
I'm a young federal employee. I've never had health insurance before, but I'm thinking I should, just in case. It's federal open season, and I'm researching Take Care's HDHP option. The payroll deduction is really low. I get money in a health savings account to use, and it puts me in control of my health care. I'm choosing Take Care's HDHP option during the federal open season. You should too. Go to TakeCareAsia.com to learn more.
Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Oh boy, 9:49 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Congratulations to you, Chris. You're going to enjoy this program. If you have not won, like I said, I got more tickets. We'll give them away next week. Big man Rico says I won recently. He's always a winner. Jennifer Leon Guerrero Mendiola watching the program, hanging out. Also, Rico's guest, Shawshank Redemption. Good for second place. Good for second place. And then Joe Cruz. Joe Cruz typing in something about The Winner Takes It All by ABBA.
I thought that was going to be the question.
Oh, my God. You are having your
that's
period.
That's
my God.
That's my ABBA song, bro.
That is such a breakup song.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
dude, I'm in a constant state of breakup.
You know what you need? You need a little bit of Christmas. Oh, I think we need some Christmas right this very minute.
Give me some Christmas.
Well, you can get Christmas with the Clarinet Quartet again performing tonight at the Hyatt at 6 o'clock, and they're going to be all over the place all weekend. Thank you very much, Steve, for coming in. Thank you, Frank, for coming by the radio station. And it's the first big weekend of shopping in December. I know you did Christmas shopping, or maybe shopping for yourself on Cyber Monday, Black Friday last week. But we're December now. It is the 6th, and we are in it all the way. A couple of notes. Be careful while you're out there. Condition red, if depending on where you are. Condition orange for sure all the time. If you bought something expensive, PS whatever, Xbox whatever, new computer, iPad, iPhones, whatever, you take them from the store, drive home. Drive to the house and put them away in the house. Hide them good so the second millennials cannot find it, even if they break into the house, and then go back out. The car, while it might have some basic security built into it, is not the safe. It is not as safe as the vault at Bank Pacific. And it literally will take seconds for somebody to break into your car and ruin Christmas. So that's the way I do it. I keep everything on me. If I'm walking around the store, when I get in the car, if I've got more than a couple of things that I'd hate to have to try to replace or pay for twice, I'll go home and drop it off there and then head back out. The mall's not going anywhere. The hours just get longer and longer. And there's a bunch of other places that you can go. I've been delighted with these little Chinese stores that we've got where you can get virtually every accessory that you need for anything in the
local
house.
Temus.
Yeah, it's like that. But I mean, if you got an eye for quality, there's no reason why some of that stuff won't look good under the tree. It might not have a brand name, but still appreciated. I've got what have I got? A watch. I've got one of these Apple watches, and I'm not crazy about the straps that come with it. So you go to these little Chinese what do you call them? Baby Temu stores, and they've got all kinds of straps for all the different sizes and versions of your whatevers. Their Apple watches. 9:52 in the morning, and there is a growing number. And if I get organized one of these days, I'll go through it. A growing number of stories about what the big Christmas gifts are going to be for men, women, boys, and girls, because you want to make sure. I mean, every year there is the it present for the holidays, and unless you're really paying attention, you don't know exactly what it is. The kids know because they pay attention, but you might know. We don't have the Sears catalog anymore. That's the problem.
I miss that.
That was the best. You get the Sears catalog,
so thick.
The one that came out like at the end of summer, but for real, that was the Christmas catalog. And then you just kind of go through it, and then I'd tear pages out of it.
Yeah, lingerie.
Yes, definitely. Those pages, Joe. First thing. Because I was a peekaroo kid.
Yes.
But anyway, so when I was done being peekaroo with the lingerie section, I would go to the toy section in the Sears catalog, and I would tear out certain pages.
They have good toys.
They have good, man. They got stateside toys. This
with
is like
the racetrack.
Can you
and
get
stuff?
this at Townhouse? Do they have it at Townhouse, Mom? Can we
the
check?
Kids look happy in the photos.
Let's go to Gibson's. Let's go see what they've got there. But I don't know. I don't know what the big toys are this year, and we don't have the same luxury, so you're going to have to kind of plug in. There is something like a list. Somebody's put together the best toys of all time with a statement that says, this is the list. It cannot be altered. At number 5 on the list, I don't know what 6 through whatever looks like, but at number 5, any kind of Nerf ball. You can buy the Nerf basketball set. You hang it up and get the trash can
in the
underneath.
room. Yeah,
Yeah, you don't need to use the ball. You can just use it as a trash can.
Oh yeah,
that was always fun. At number 4, the slip and slide. To which I say, The king of the slip and slide is General Moss of the 36th Wing Command at Anderson Air Force Base.
Industrial slip and slide.
Who I don't know how he was able to pull this off clearly without any authorization whatsoever from the Pentagon or the High Command, the Joint Chiefs. He was able to create a slip and slide in the backyard of his house, and in true military organization fashion, used exactly the right kind of slippy surface, and knew exactly what kind of combination of shampoo and Dawn dish soap to be able to use, so that you got maximum slide on the little tarpaulins and stuff that they were using. And I think he even had it at the bottom. Joe, correct me if I'm wrong. Did he not have catchers?
Oh, yeah.
I think he did. So, because,
Yeah.
I mean, you go slip and slide, you're really pulling in some speed. You're not feeling the G's so much, and there's no friction on your body at all. But at some point, you run out of slide space, and I think he had some people down at the bottom catching you. And I think I'm hoping that the general may put something like this together again. And this time, we're going.
Exactly.
If he does it again this time, we're going.
I will go.
Because there's a video.
I promise I'll
There's a
go.
video floating around of a pouting General Moss because you and I weren't there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll win, too.
Absolutely.
Because they're going to time you.
Forget the Chi-Coms, forget the Norks, man. We got to get slip and slide going at the General's backyard.
Yes, sir.
At number 3 on the list, cardboard tube. Any kind
The one from the wrapping paper?
Correct. The longer, the better.
We got swords.
The thicker, the better. the new ones that they've got now, I mean,
We have to fight now.
They
with
don't
those.
stand up whatsoever. You start waving that around, it'll crinkle. I mean, it's like buying one-ply toilet paper. You got to get the good stuff. I mean, it feels like it's coming off of a roll of tissues. Not
like
tissues.
a real man.
Yeah. Bounty's got the real thick stuff. Any kind of cardboard tube. At number 2, Legos. You don't even have to buy a set. I think there's an app now. I got to check on this. I think there's an app where it's like you take a picture of the Legos that you have, and it will tell you what you can build based on that. It'll say, okay, you've got this many of this kind of Lego, and you've got this many of the 2s or the 4s or the 6s or whatever, and it'll give you an idea of something that you can build. So Legos are at number 2. Pick them up off the floor when you're done, would you? And at number 1, the best toy of all time, the cardboard box that everything came in. Is Ruckus still at that age? Is Ruckus still at that age where it doesn't matter what you buy? What do you want to? What's he played with? He played with the cardboard box.
No,
I
he
don't know. The
doesn't
box
do
that came
anymore,
in.
Man.
Yeah, but those are still some of the best of times.
Well, the cats love them, though.
Oh,
right. The cats love the boxes. They can jump in them and lay in them.
My cat was already a little bit grown when I got her, so I think she's not into the Christmas box phrase. If I've got a couple of empty boxes laying around at the house, Amazon shipments or something like that, she'll sniff around them, rubber cheek against it, that kind of thing. But she's not crazy about jumping in them and trying to ambush me from inside the cardboard box. As other cats in my life, attack from the air. We're attacking from the air. That's what's going on. Anyway, so there was another story I wanted to share with you, and I don't know that I've got a whole lot of time. United Airlines flight attendant has been fired for alleged comments about LGBTQ Pride Month. And this is getting some degree of headlines. Apparently, in an attempt to stay awake, flight attendant Sanchez, and he'd been with United for 28 years, had a private conversation discussing his and other flight attendants' shared Catholic faith and the imminent start of Pride Month. I said, as Catholics, we're not really supposed to be observing Pride, said Sanchez to the New York Post. The church will never believe that men give birth, women have penises, or that the church should bless same-sex marriages because marriage is a sacrament and it's not meant for 2 men or 2 women or 3 people or whatever. That's all I said. Now, there's a little bit more drama attached to all of this and previous comments that this guy has made, but do you agree with the management of United for him saying these things in a private conversation? In a private conversation. It's not like he picked up the intercom on the airplane and set it over the PA. He was having a conversation with a private person, and they canned his butt for it. Unbelievable. The story that I've got Where do I want to send you here for the website? I wanted to see if you can do the Texan is the name of the newspaper that's covering this. The Texan, and just look it up. United Airline flight attendant fired for his comments about the LGBTQ Pride Month that was going to be coming up here. And I'm looking at the thing, and what was he wrong on anything? I don't think so. 10 o'clock in the morning. Radio station KUSG. I got you. For Real Joe and Donna D and returning Jerry Roberts and Frank Kinney and everybody over at Jamaican Grill and Dave Alcorn over at King's. My name is Ray Gibson saying, and Tara over at Hafaloa. Thanks for the traffic report. I appreciate that. And Megan for being here. And, just like everybody, thanks for watching the program. Have an awesome weekend. Catch up with you on Monday for the Feast of the Immaculate Conception. Stand by now. It's time for Fox News on The Point.
New clues in the search for a killer. I'm Jack Callahan, Fox News, as the New York manhunt continues for the man who gunned down United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson yesterday. Fox's Alexis McAdams.
What we thought yesterday was a skilled assassin could be an amateur. He might have covered his face when he shot and killed the CEO, but he forgot to cover it when he bought a drink over at Starbucks, and he's smiling as he checks into an Upper West Side hostel. He used a